the jobs we break, only friends and family get. Whoa, we voting Dems. Go make your vote count. We voting the bees out. Elect, elect, elect better leadership. Go make your vote count. We putting the bees out. Reject, reject, reject all dictatorship. Come put up the blue, put up the gold. We are one Barbados. Put up the blue, put up the gold. Red cannot divide us. Like an eagle we go fly, soaring high in the sky. Like a phoenix we gon' rise. Tell them no, we won't die. It's only common sense. You're only about friends and self. Posing with celebrities. That is all we see. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get.
Here we go.
No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get.
What you say?
No money, no job, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Go make your vote count. We vote till the bees out. Elect, elect, elect better leadership. Go make your vote count. We put till the bees out. Reject, reject, reject all dictatorship. Come put up the blue, put up the gold. We are one Barbados. Put up the blue, put up the gold. Red cannot divide us. Like an eagle we go fly, soaring high in the sky. Like a phoenix we gon' rise. Tell them no, we won't die. It's only common sense. You're only about friends and self. Posing with celebrities. That is all we see. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no job, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get.
Nothing at all.
No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. Whoa, we voting Dems. Go make your vote count. We voting the bees out. Elect, elect, elect better leadership. Go make your vote count. We putting the bees out. Reject, reject, reject all dictatorship. Come put up the blue, put up the gold. We are one Barbados. Put up the blue, put up the gold. Red cannot divide us. Like an eagle we go fly, soaring high in the sky. Like a phoenix we gon' rise. Tell them no, we won't die. It's only common sense. You're only about friends and self. Posing with celebrities. That is all we see. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get.
Here we go.
No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get.
What you say?
No money, no job, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Go make your vote count. We vote till the bees out. Elect, elect, elect better leadership. Go make your vote count. We put till the bees out. Reject, reject, reject all dictatorship. Come put up the blue, put up the gold. We are one Barbados. Put up the blue, put up the gold. Red cannot divide us. Like an eagle we go fly, soaring high in the sky. Like a phoenix we gon' rise. Tell them no, we won't no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. Let me go. No money, no jobs, we break. Only friends and family get. What you say? No money, no job, we break. Only friends and family get. No money, no jobs, we break. Go make your vote count. We vote till the bees out. Elect.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. To serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP.
Sinful people know this is true. Estwick always for you. Tell me who's the best pick? David Estwick. In transport and water, agriculture, economic affairs. He helped build this nation for years. He sweat yellow and blue. Estwick always for you. So F-U-C-K, tell she I say the best pick is Estwick. The best pick is Estwick. The best pick is Estwick. Tell me who's the best pick? David Estwick. Tell me who's the best pick? David Estwick. Who say Philip Westwick? David Estwick.
The man ain't turn up, but though he want your vote. The man ain't show up, but we gonna repeat quote. Vote for Verla, vote. Let me go, vote for Verla, vote. There is brown water in the pipe, oh what misery. There is brown water in the pipe from ministry to ministry, from one to the next. You know nothing you can show. So pack your bags, we don't want you no more. Go. There is brown water in the pipe, oh what misery. There is brown water in the pipe from ministry to ministry, from one to the next. We know nothing you can show. So pack your bags, we don't want you no more. Go. Vote for Verla, 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 vote.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. To serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. Democratic Labour Party. As we serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people, serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP. Democratic Labour Party, one Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP. Two Barbadoses is where the business live, so something got to give. Vote the Democratic Labour Party. The rich and the poor will put the same door of opportunity with the Democratic Labour Party. As we serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP.
This nurse came into the meeting and she said, for months she was not paid. She's working on a ward. She said, when a person dies on the ward, she will not report the death to the kitchen, so the kitchen will still send that patient's food, so she will get something to eat because she wasn't paid.
He will have to stop because no one sent him up there, and the things that he's complaining about have not happened.
Things that he is complaining about have not happened.
I remember, having to go to work to pay my bills and perhaps not having money to get there or anything to eat. Many of my nurses here can attest to that. So tell me, in your good conscience, how could you?
Things that he's complaining about have not happened.
In your good conscience, how could you?
One Barbados for you and me, we going with DLP. DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. Two Barbados is where the business live, so something got to give. Vote the Democratic Labour Party. The rich.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Deacons Farm. Welcome to Northwest. Welcome to all those from the surrounding areas. Welcome to all those who came from far and wide. Tonight promises to be a very informative evening, a very fun evening, and it promises to be the evening which takes us one step closer to electing Ryan Walters as the next representative for St. Michael Northwest. We now invite Yvonne Jackman for a word of prayer.
Shall we pray? Eternal and everlasting Father, we do approach you this night with grateful hearts. Father, we're thanking you for all the blessings that thou hast bestowed upon us. dear Lord, for your protection. And as we go into this meeting tonight, we're asking that you would touch the voices and the bodies of every speaker, that they would speak with clarity that we may understand and do what is right. Dear Father, we are asking your blessings also on Barbados and protecting us from this COVID virus. Father, these mercies we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Good night once more. As I said before, tonight promises to be a very fun evening, informative evening. It is also a very serious evening. We all recognize the task at hand. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you a young man who I met, had great conversation with, was very impressed with. He surely is one for future leadership of this country. He is small in stature, but big in heart. And I look forward to seeing him become the representative for this city. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce to you Kemar Stuart.
On the 19th of January, vote for Kemar Stuart, who was running for the city of Bridgetown. Kemar Stuart, go and vote. On the 19th of January, go and vote. Vote for Stuart, Kemar Stuart. On the 19th of January, vote. Kemar Stuart, vote for Stuart. Go and vote. He will build up the economy for sure. On the 19th, we voting Kemar Stuart. Walk with your pen in your Jansport. Over 18 years, you can vote.
Good night to St. Michael Northwest. I want to say how happy I am to be here to speak on behalf of a good gentleman whose name is Ryan Walters. And I wish to say that I look forward to serving in Parliament next to him as the future representative for St. Michael Northwest. First, I'd like to thank you all for attending this evening session. I'd like to thank those viewers who are online, and I'd like to thank all the supporters of the Democratic Labour Party and those voters who will be going to the polls to vote in a new Democratic Labour Party government come January the 19th, 2022. Mr. Ryan Walters is indeed my friend. He's indeed one of the most structured, professional persons that I know, and his approach to politics, his approach to life, his approach to business is a very world-class approach. And I will urge those persons in this constituency that if you want that structured, strategic, world-class approach to politics, that to take this opportunity to vote for Ryan Walters come the 19th of January. What did we do last election? When we decided to vote in the current member of parliament for this area, we did something, but I'm not sure we knew what we were doing at the time. Because as we observed through the last 3.5 years, the Poriki contributions the lackluster approach, the disrespect that was meted out to those persons in St. Michael Northwest who would have voted for an MP. But then he was, I don't even know what to describe that. He was just pushed one side from day one. And that is not what St. Michael Northwest is accustomed to. This constituency is accustomed to the highest representation across the island. You had Maskell, but we all know what happened to him. And we all know what happened to him on brass stats as well. And we are going to know what's going to happen to Neil when Ryan finishes with him on Wednesday as well. He will be a one-term MP. Because his achievements are not enough to give him another term. Because this constituency is accustomed to very serious men who take their politics very serious. And the approach to St. Michael Northwest is not in keeping with the traditional standard. So Ryan Walters, a very serious man, is going to give this constituency back exactly what it needs. Because he has been in the community and you have seen his work, you have seen his contributions, and his contributions have been to the highest standard, such quality. So I am urging the persons in this community that when you go to the polls, just look at what you had and look at what you can have if you vote for Ryan Walters. Rolls Royce. But one very important thing that occurred, I know karma is starting to happen, is that when a government, a duly elected government, can be sabotaged from the outside, from those persons who consider themselves to be political peers. Because from time this government came to power, they've been crying wolf. They're crying unfair. But when we cried unfair, nobody listened to us. In fact, they cursed us. In fact, Mia Motley attacked Ryan Walters, saying that he's inexperienced. She said that I was inexperienced. But they were shown on Friday. If you describe Ryan Walters as inexperienced, please find the appropriate word to describe New Row. Somebody said at circus, it was not my word, I just repeated it. Because one very important thing that occurred that is not happening now was that of trade unionism and politics. And the way how trade unions sabotage a duly elected government. And now that we've gotten to the point where these trade unionists are now incorporated into the government, we are no longer hearing about marches, well, except for Caswell Franklin. Because we know that persons like Tony Moore is now an MP under the Barbados Labour Party. And Donville Innes, speaking in this constituency, said that Tony Moore was promised something by the Barbados Labour Party, and we did not believe it at the time. Akani McDowell, well, we all know what happened to him. He was kicked out of his own union. Because what is happening in Barbados is that they are buying everyone who dare to oppose them. In fact, they have been buying people even before they got into power. Because they bought Tony Moore, which caused her to sabotage her union members. a wolf amongst the sheep. I know those persons who would have paid their memberships are left without representation. The nurses that march all over Bridgetown, they don't have any representation other than from Franklin. Because the two largest trade unions in Barbados were headed by political operatives. I know what is happening for those persons. What is happening to the police officers who live in Deacons Farm? What is happening to those persons in the army? What is happening to those young persons who can't find any jobs in Barbados? And don't tell me anything about any ASH program. What about those persons who work in the hotels? They're being unfair, victimized. And the same Tony Moore refused to represent these people. People who live in St. Michael Northwest. It is highly unfair. And if you choose to re-elect this government, they will continue to sell you out. And I will give you another example. There was a building going up in Bay Street in the city called the Hyatt. And we had a gentleman calling himself an attorney at law, filing injunctions in the High Court to block the construction of the Hyatt, citing environmental impact assessment. And he fought, and he fought, and he had the most to say in Barbados. That he was willing to strike and march, and he was willing to do the most. And as soon as his cousin got into power, he forgot all about it. He was bought. But I will show you how she tricked him. Because she changed the law. She changed the Planning Act to state that an environmental impact should be done unless the minister directs otherwise. So she changed the law on him, and he can't say anything about that because he wanted that job that he now has. Where he can come on television and speak to people about a republic they did not consult you on. And he is saying that it's okay to go to republic and then do a constitution after. Who plays a game and develops the rules along the way? And this is not a board game. This is people's lives that you're talking about. And they're having fun, standing up on their bully pulpit, speaking down to hardworking Barbadians in this country, disrespecting them, bullying people just to get their way. And again, I want to say this is unfair because these persons have now been included in the government agenda and the people continue to be left out. Because in their eyes, you do not have the pedigree to fit their bill. The only thing you're good for is a vote for them. So I am urging you, if you want proper representation, if you want to win, you need to win with Walters. Because the L in BLP stands for losers. And the W in Walters stands for winners. And he's going to be a winner. Because this constituency is not happy with the way in which it's being represented. What are you going to say? Because rumors are circulating that the person that he beat is abound assisting him to run against Ryan. I am saying to you that Ryan needs your support because they're pulling out their stops because they realize the quality candidate that he is. He is not only fighting against the person running against him, He's running against, much like all of us, he's running against me and Motley. And he's running against all type of persons who do not have the best interest of this constituency at heart. Because if they knew that they did not want the gentleman, they should have not run him in the first place. So I am saying to you, here is the opportunity to reset with Ryan. Put him in office, and I could assure you that all of these frivolous worries will disappear immediately. Because Ryan is a good man. Ryan is the best man for St. Michael Northwest. Ryan has been the spokesperson on small business and entrepreneurship for the party. And he has raised many issues touching the hearts of many persons in this constituency. From the farm to Brandon's to Freehill. You've seen him all over. So the question cannot be asked, what did he do? He did a lot. Even persons are saying he did more than the current MP. And he's not in Parliament. So just imagine when you elect Ryan on Wednesday, what is going to happen for this constituency. Because when he speaks tonight, he will speak from a place of power and vigor, having canvassed this constituency, speaking to the residents, learning the issues, highlighting the issues in the media, taking action behind the scenes as well. But I won't steal his thunder. He will come and give you his report. Because I want to say that Ryan is who's really the truly and the caring one. Because people who care about you will not stand up next to a man on the beach on Bay Street who you accuse of being so corrupt, who you accuse of getting too much money in Barbados. Called him the billionaire boy, all of these things. And then you will take away someone's property forcibly to give it to that person, using the laws of this country to compulsory acquire somebody's property and refuse to compensate them for their property. And now they want to pay her in bonds. And this debt settlement bill that they brought is to help to crush her and many other persons who the government would have took away their land, took away their houses, took away their businesses. They're not taking them away to develop them. They're taking them to give it away to their friends. Their friends that do not look like us. Our friends, their friends that do not socialize with people like us. Because that was not the only incident. Think about Ross University and what they did with the land at Coverley, gifting those houses to that person at spit rate. And people in Barbados still can't get house and land at a proper price. But you're gifting it to him to earn millions of dollars on top of it. You think that was all? Good vibrations. I would call it bad vibrations. Because he is involved again. And the stench of corruption associated with this vaccine scam that we have never known anything about had it not been published in the international media. And he is now suing to recover money that allegedly belongs to the government of Barbados. It was spoken about in the Parliament of St. Lucia, but no explanation was afforded to us. In fact, the Prime Minister says that's much about nothing. Ask her nothing. Because I will bring this back down to philosophies. Anytime a person can say they want one party, one government, one leader, We know where you're heading, communism. And only communists push that type of philosophy. Communist countries are run by dictators and despots. We heard the speech. We know who has been accused of being a despot and by whom. And we have seen actions that would suggest that the man was not wrong. He did not lie. Because you can ask across the entire country of Barbados, who has been a victim of despotism? The nurses have been a victim of despotism. The Hilton Hotels workers who have not been paid their severance have been victims of despotism. Because you had Dale Marshall going to Parliament to table a sunset legislation which would extend the time that those persons were eligible for their severance and trick those persons and rob them of their severance. And these are people we want to re-elect in Barbados. That is why Randall Ross is going to beat him in St. Joseph. And to repeat the words of the former Prime Minister of this country, Stuart, he suggested that it would take approximately 150 years to find another Attorney General as poor as Dale Marshall. He also said that we've been told a farrago of lies. Because let's get to Maskell. Maskell is saying that there will be no measures that will be harsh and you don't have to expect anything. When me and Motley came and said that there will be harsh measures. He also said that, no, he had a lot to say, really. We even had Kevin Greenwich coming up and saying that the IMF is not responsible for any so-called pension reforms in Barbados. That it is the government of Barbados who's responsible and that the IMF has nothing to do with it. Any programs and plans implemented is solely the responsibility of the government. I'm still confused as to who Kevin Greenwich works for, really. If he works for the IMF or if he works for Barbados. Because these persons are being paid very handsomely out of the public purse. And don't matter where we look, there's always the possibility and stench of corruption associated with these people. The vaccines, again, $85,000 a month to white oats. 2 men in the house get $85,000 out of Barbadian taxpayer dollars. I am saying to you that you are being disrespected, you are being unfair, you are not being considered for any of these high-paying jobs. Because you took a man from brass tacks to make him a COVID advisor to repeat everything that Bostic was already saying. To repeat everything that Liz Thompson was saying. To repeat everything that the COVID czar was saying. Because as soon as you say anything contrary to the popularity of Mayor Motley, she would move you. And that is why they're constantly being moved. And the wages associated with paying this person are way higher than any job that you will ever get in Barbados. Why is it that every time you speak out against your government, they buy you? Number 2 person who was bought from brass tacks, because brass tacks seem to be selling politicians nowadays. He's saying, oh, it's a pandemic and I'm not interested in politics and politics is not my thing. But now he's resigning, he's trying to contest for a seat. but he be sent back to brass tacks. Because being a talk show host does not equate to being a constituency representative. And it is time the people start to take representation serious in this country. Because these persons who have their bread buttered from very small continue to be given the opportunities, and they're overlooking people. How many people in the firm will be afforded the opportunity to grow into an outstanding citizen with the assistance from one of these persons in Parliament? Because if you do not support them, it's nothing for you. It's nothing for your family. Ask the people in this constituency. Because if they cared about this constituency, they would have not treated the MP that way, and they would have afforded the residents in St. Michael Northwest adequate development. So I am saying to you that if a man could run and win a seat, and because of your dislike for him, you choose to spite an entire constituency, doing nothing for these people just because you want them out to bring in somebody else that you like. Because he was never supposed to be here in the first place. Because the man that they bought from brass tacks to run in Bridgetown, he was the person she wanted to run in this constituency because, you know, he was supposed to be here, not the current MP. But he didn't believe in himself. He didn't believe he could have beaten Chris Sinclair. And he ran away from the opportunity. And now he's looking for what he would call an easy seat. So I am saying to you, the same way he ran out of St. Michael Northwest is the same way he'll be run out of the city. So Ryan, I am asking you, and I'm asking those persons in St. Michael Northwest to take your constituency back, place it into the hands of a man who's proven himself to be extremely capable. He was not in Parliament, but you can see the work that he was doing. And I'm saying to you, if you think about your future, if you think about your children, if you think about the proper role model, ask the young people of this constituency about the development that Ryan brought in such a short space of time. So should he be afforded the opportunity to serve with you, the residents of St. Michael Northwest? And should he be given the opportunity to become a minister of government when the Democratic Labour Party wins office? He will use his position to bring those things that you need to this constituency. So I am asking you, not one last time, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask you until January the 19th to go and vote for Ryan. His loyal supporters have been on the ground canvassing. His loyal supporters have been knocking on your door, accompanied by him, obviously. And this is what we're speaking about, teamwork. Not I. Not I alone. Not a cabinet of one. We believe in a cabinet of many. If, and I will wrap up on this point, the Prime Minister declared that this is her last election. We can make certain that it is her last election on January the 19th. So I am calling on those persons who have the power to do so to ensure that it's her last term come January the 19th, 2022. So you would have to ensure that you vote for Ryan. But in her last bid, can you clearly identify a successor should she leave the Barbados Labour Party as its leader? Can you clearly identify some person to take over after her, after she had to micromanage every single ministry under her 28 ministers? So I am leaving you with this one. Think about it. Think about it carefully. And ask yourselves when you go to the polls, where will my bet take me? Will my bet make me a winner? Or will my bet make me a loser? And you can just check the themes of both candidates. We have a winner in Walters, and we have a loser under the Barbados Labour Party. So with that being said, I thank you. Have a good night. Get home safe, everyone.
On the 19th of January, vote for Kemar Stuart, who was running for the city of Bridgetown. Kemar Stuart, go and vote. On the 19th of January, go.
All right, good night once again. As I said before, the future of Barbados is really in good hands. Please go to the polls and elect this young man for this city. Please go to the polls. It is so good to see the youth, young men with such heart, especially those who took the responsibility to step up at a time when others would have thought it futile, would have been scared. And we are indeed thankful that these young men are willing to carry on the legacy of the Democratic Labour Party. Please give them another round of applause. And without any further ado, coming to you again, another young man, Curtis Cave from St. Michael West Central. Put your hands together for him.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night, Democratic Labour Party family. Good night to the good people of the farm. Good night to St. Michael Northwest. I see one of my posters there, my placard. Good night to the St. Michael West Central family also. Happy to be here. I'm happy to be here on this journey. Happy to be here to speak on behalf of my comrade and like a brother to me. We've walked this journey together, and I'm here to speak on his behalf and encourage the people of St. Michael Northwest to come out this Wednesday, the 19th of January, and vote for democracy and vote for Ryan Waters. Now I want to tell the people at the forum, especially young people, that come Wednesday, this will be a fight for democracy, a fight for true representation. Now, what I love about Ryan and representation, right? And he's like a big brother to me. And you would find projects that happen in St. Michael West Central over by me, where I'm the candidate, would happen in Ryan's constituency. Ryan believed in the people of St. Michael Northwest. Ryan believes that every single thing in which the people of St. Michael Northwest deserve, they should have. When you are at George Street strategizing, Ryan, when God brings something down in the farm, when God brings something down in Golden Acre, every single opportunity Ryan gets, he wants the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of St. Michael Northwest. He wants every opportunity for the people of the farm. for the people of Ferniehurst, and that is true representation. We have to understand what this fight is about. It is about democracy. It's about holding politicians to a greater standard of representation. The MP, just like the one in St. Michael West Central, the one here in Northwest, you cannot hear that MP speaking on the real issues which impact the people of St. Michael Northwest. For the last 3.5 years, you had a candidate, a Democratic Labour Party candidate, speaking on the issues that the MP should have been speaking on. We had Ryan Waters, every single opportunity he get, speaking on behalf of the people in the farm, Freehill, Golden Acre, Ferniehurst, on the issues that matter. Gun violence, Ryan spoke on that. Cost of living, Ryan spoke on that. For small businesses and entrepreneurs, Ryan spoke on that. Youth unemployment, Ryan spoke on that. Increasing water rates, increasing light bills, increasing bus fares. Ryan spoke about the concerns of the people of the farm. And that is what you want in representation. Now you must understand Labour Party politics. Labour Party went in the by-election in St. George North. And the Prime Minister said, you don't speak about her. But we must be honest with ourselves. Nowhere in the country we must be afraid to say what we believe and what we know is through our hearts is correct. They went to the by-election and they said a representative, when they look at Floyd, this was their words. A representative must be able to speak on behalf of the people. Yet this MP in this area for the farm has not once yet opened his mouth and speak on anything on education. He has not spoken on the cost of living. And that is why I see it over by me in St. Michael West Central. For the last 3.5 years, and I can see it for Northwest as well, the people of St. Michael Northwest and St. Michael West Central has been lacking representation. And we need better. And God is the man, Ryan Waters, that you are assigned a ministry to shadow. And Ryan always will say this. Somebody will ease and tell Ryan, Cox will probably ease and tell Ryan, man, you're speaking on labor. That is my area. Your area is small business. Somebody will tell you, man, Ryan, you're talking about finance. And your area is small business. But you know what's Ryan's constant response? And a man you must admire, and a man which you would want for a representative? Ryan responds like this. All of those issues, even though I am the spokesperson for small business, all of those issues impact the people of the farm, so I have to speak on them. And that is a true representative. We must understand. We cannot hear the current MPs concerned on all the major issues. We can tell you, we can trace back cost of living. Ryan, too high. People in the farm want to ease. Entrepreneurs need assistance, more grants. At least we can trace something with this current candidate for the Democratic Labour Party. We can trace what is his views on issues. For the last 3.5 years, we had a representation. I'm going to say it until I cannot say it anymore. The issue is about representation. It is not about handouts. We must understand the people of St. Michael Northwest and the people of St. Michael West Central, they need a voice for the voiceless. And if we're going to have MPs sit in Parliament and sing the same tune because they don't want to offend anyone, they must go January 19th. We have had enough. Representation is more than a handout. Correct. Not one, and you understand what the former Prime Minister was saying. When he said these mice had no balls, we must understand no one stood up in Parliament, at least not on behalf of the people of Belfield, Wavell, Longyak, not on behalf of my constituency, and certainly I have friends in the forum. I know no one was speaking out on their behalf. Tournaments, Ryan orchestrated. And he's a man of a vision. You must understand that. Ryan launched his manifesto over the weekend with his plans for the people of St. Michael Northwest. I did the same thing for the people of St. Michael West Central. You can see in these new Democratic Labour Party candidates their vision for the people. You can see the vision I have for the people of St. Michael West Central. You can see the vision Ryan has for the people of Northwest. What is the vision of this current MP for the people of the farm? What is the vision of this current MP for the people of Ferniehurst, Freehill? He does not have a vision. And if a man does not have a vision to lead his people, why are you going to follow him? And that's correct. He was fired. If you have on one side a man who was fired by his leader, Miss Motley, on one side, and you have on the other hand a man who came into the Democratic Labour Party and you saw promotion after promotion after promotion, move from 4th vice president, gone up 1st vice president, up the ladder. You have a progressive man in Ryan Waters. What do you have in the other man? We must understand the comparison. Ryan is a man for the people. When you see programs throughout this constituency, every single thing, and I can speak about it personally. When COVID first came, even before the care packages, me and Ryan sat down and we said the people of St. Michael Northwest and the people of St. Michael West Central must get assistance, even before the government thought it necessary. Before they thought it necessary to give those care packages, me and Ryan came together and we assisted our people because we have people centered at each and every policy that we do. And you must understand representation. And this is a man that cares about the people. You don't have to second guess why is Ryan doing something. Right? So my message to the people of the farm is clear. Our Father of Independence wants answers. To look in the mirror and ask yourself, what mirror image do you have of yourself? But tonight, I want to ask the people of the farm, the people of Freehill, the people of Ferniehurst, Golden Acre, and also my people, thank you, at St. Michael West Central. I want you, before you go on your beds tonight, to lay down and reflect. Reflect on whether in the last 3.5 years you had an MP speaking on the major issues that concern you. I want you to reflect on whether in the last 3.5 years the MP would have acted in your interest. I want you to reflect on whether the MP stood up in Parliament and spoke on the issues of cost of living, gun violence, youth unemployment. I want you to reflect on whether you want a greater level of representation in your community. And if on reflection, you recognize that the MP has not acted in your interest in the last 3.5 years. And if on reflection, you realize he was silent on the major issues that impacted you. And if on reflection, you recognize that you cannot find your MP when he was needed. And if on reflection, you recognize that Ryan Waters was constantly there for you every turn you made, I want you to go out in your numbers January 19th, this Wednesday. Take the seniors, take your household, take your friends, and vote for winning man, vote for Ryan Waters this January 19th. God bless. And thank you.
Trust the Democratic Labour Party. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We go in with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We go in with DLP, DLP for all of we. We go in with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We go in with DLP.
Thank you, Curtis Cave, St. Michael West Central. If there was any doubt in our minds of the type of character of the individual who is set to represent us, it was certainly laid to rest by the endorsement of Curtis Cave. We thank you in St. Michael Northwest. And without any further ado, Rasheed Belgrave of Christchurch East Central, hold on, a soccer player we can identify. I think we have the best team in the world, Deacons Farm. He is a man of the people. He is an attorney at law, and he's active in the community as the president of the Wharton Football Club. Please give a rousing round of applause for this gentleman, Rasheed Belgrave.
Elections 2022, this time them really hard for two. Christchurch Essential need a change, so let me just call the right name. The change we need, let me vote Rasheed. It's the change we need, let me vote Rasheed. Follow me now, yeah. From Wharton up to Lodgewood, Kingston, Water Street. And if you want a difference, let me vote for Rasheed. He promote positive and only wish to see peace.
But food, pan, play, eat the village must eat.
The candidates are the ones from Congo.
Good night, St. Michael Northwest. By the time I got here and I got up my vehicle, somebody just walked past me over here. That was my man. Ow, ow. You see, but just allow me to explain one thing. Awu is not disrespectful, it's not derogatory, it's not insulting, it's just something to inspire the people, and the young people like it. So you don't know why some of the elder folks saying, oh, what's this? You know, you got to ease off of that. You know, you got to look a sort of way and speak a sort of way. People, this is 3 years, thank you, do you right? Because I'd rather be hated for being me than be liked for being something that I am not. So that is me. I need to come straight. I'm trying to be a politician. I'm trying to dress nice and look sweet and persuade people to do things and tell them a lot of lies, then come back 3 years later promising them stuff and not giving nothing. That's the other MP, not Ryan Waters we talking about. I am a homegrown community man. So is Ryan. I play for Wharton Football Club. Ryan play for Deacons basketball. Wharton, which is in my constituency, and the farm has a strong history because both teams were promoted to the Premier League together in 2019. So this is not just touching in another area for me. This is where a place that I can appreciate and understand. Why? Because I grew up in a housing scheme as well. I still got the keys to my mother's house and let them go. But I let you all know that I grew up in a housing scheme. And you know one of the burning issues for persons in the farm is basically the title deeds to these little units. All we want is a little piece of the rock. It can't take you 100 years to deliver title deeds to people. And if your MP, if the incumbent was working for the last 3 years, at least a 1 or 2 person will be happy to get their title deeds. I know the farm in an easy place, so they may have got 1 or 2 man who may have a little issue in court and want the title deeds to sign bill. How many units are in the farm? How many persons have received their title deeds? How many? Not one. Probably a few, but not many. And all you want is to say that I own this unit after living in it for X amount of years. So if you want adequate and staunch representation, if you want somebody to fight for you title deeds, vote Royal Walters. Let us don't mix matters. And I'm not here to take shots at anybody's character. I don't disrespect anybody. That's not me. But if you want an MP that on a live TV talking about achievements, you can't get a loan on that. Understand, I'm not disrespecting nobody. But everybody watch the video. Tell me what is the achievement? Huh? When you step in, when you go into certain places, I understand I'm not the most polished person. I may make a mistake, but I ain't going to eat the English language. What's the sense of, anyhow, what's the sense of learning it if you can't get do? Let me be straight, people. In this part of the world, we don't want politicians with overzealous favors and promises. This is the farm. We want straight talk and commitment. If you could do for me, do it. If you can't do, tell me the same way. I could be vexed, but if the answer is no, it can't change. No is no. And that's the kind of representation the farm needs. And you have not had that for the last 3 years. You need to put pressure on your MP in the next couple of days, Royal Walters. Put pressure on him to get your title deeds. It is time that you step up in this game. You need to get a little piece of the rock. Don't mind in the housing scheme, but you can still use it as collateral. You can still carry that to the bank and borrow some money on it. Even though you may not feel like paying back the bank or the interest rates, you can still use it as collateral, people. You need security. This is 20-something years. 20-something years of living in these units. If the government is not going to give you a free piece of land, then give you your unit, people. Thank you very much. I still appreciate the squatters, because at the end of the day, all of us are not rich. It's just fortunate that back in the day, somebody probably asked a favor or called a shot for you to get your unit, but the squatters now have no place to go. So as a government, you're supposed to help these people, not try to put them off. That's the same thing with the nurses. The nurses out in the hot sun marching for pay. When 2 years ago, you telling the nurses that you're essential workers. What's our essential worker you got in the hot sun marching for pay? That's disrespect to the nurses. Tell all the nurses go on strike. I don't care who vexed, who talking about the nurses be on Marley. Tell all the nurses go on strike and tell me what can happen when you're on the operating table and the doctor asks you for the scalpel. Nurse with the scalpel, or the nurse going to the bathroom, she going on strike. Which one of you all out here, anybody, would work for 6 or 7 months and don't get a pay and go back to work the next day? How many people? Man, talk to me. Don't be silent. How many of you will go to work for 6 months and do not receive a paycheck and go live off your savings? And you may be living in a house where everybody's supposed to pitch in and pay the bills, but you find you're the only person that paying the bills. Have you asked somebody to donate $50? Oh, you was asking me for money? You may have got an unruly child, you know, no disrespect, but your child may be getting problems at home, so you got to go work as a nurse, deal with unruly patients, probably deal with a stuck-up doctor, and still go home and deal with your children and deal with life. People, this is a real-life situation. Not only delayed pay, not only not being paid, but delayed pay as well. And then we read in the paper, nurses pay again, doc. This is all society we want. Tell me now, if the police or carpenter or mason or even the DJ, if you had a doc the DJ pay and he bet he will cut off the lights and cut the song because he ain't getting paid. So what it is that we have the nurses out in the hot sun marching for the pay the nurses. They got to be nurses that live in the farm. Borrowed millions of dollars, lost millions of dollars on vaccines. We ain't got no money, nor no vaccines, and the nurses can't get paid. A volcano explode, and ash went on Barbados. They find money to clean in the ash, find money to pay the nurses too. the White Republic, and had a lavish celebration, and don't get twisted, people. Rihanna come here for free. You got to pay Rihanna to come. And the campaign nurses. They're going to a republic, a lavish celebration, not even me or you could attend. People get turned back. I born in 1987, but I hear from the elder folk that in 1966, independence, the rain was falling and nobody went home. We had a chance to celebrate. They're telling me about COVID, but still inviting all kind of people and they're wearing a mask. What good for the goose gonna be good for the gander? What society we living in? There's two Barbadoses, and all the Democratic Labour Party trying to say like we live out on one Barbados. That's all the Democratic Labour Party trying to do. The Democratic Labour Party said, look, let me change strategy. Let me find them young, talented, intellectual, and homegrown. And that's what Rand Walters is. And if you want somebody to speak on your behalf, you got to choose Rand Walters. You want an MP in the paper talking about achievements? I tell you, I hear the disrespect the body people, but it's the kind of representation you want. You will get what you ask for, no? You can't read it, jeez. You want company, mate. People, this is a serious time in our lives. And to the young people at the farm, I know it ain't easy. I know it ain't easy. It can be easy, and it's rough. And a lot of things going on in this country that we don't appreciate. But what I will say to you is that for the first time, I think, in Barbadian history, you got a slate of young candidates, not just one. You got Rand Walters, you got me, you got Curtis Cave, you got Kemar Stuart, you got Don Marie. You got a slate of young candidates that are approachable and personable, that you could call on the phone. We know other people that score, other people playing phone when the police come to shut down thing. But don't worry yourself. We know how the farmers get down. But if you want for that person not to be calling that person, you want the person to be calling Ryan. Let Ryan be the person to solve problems. Let Ryan be the person to go and fight for one of the title deeds. Let Ryan to be the person to lift up this community, a staunch community, St. Michael, Northwest, the farm. The farm got one of the biggest names in Barbados. All you just be hearing is about RSG all the time. RSG, the farm. But we want to transform that narrative from a negative narrative to a positive narrative, because all we want is business. All we would like to do is make some money. We would like to get out of this hole that we living in. Isn't that correct? And the Barbados that we living in right now is not conducive to a comfortable life. How many people were laid off? Listen to me, people. We as common sense people, so we like to calculate and use our intelligence. Now, they got something called market share. When the country was fully open and certain businesses had a certain percentage of the market making money, they didn't go under. Even if they was breaking even and making money. Then when the pandemic kicked in and persons get laid off, I'm an attorney, so people were calling me. Companies telling them people can't get the holiday pay, they can't get the severance pay. You was no making a lot of money when the country wasn't in lockdown. When the country went into lockdown now, let me tell you about market share. When the country went into lockdown, a lot of businesses gonna open, especially in the farm. A lot of big businesses open, not the small businesses. I ain't the smartest person in the world, but I would think that I have a lot of people outside the massy or popular, so we could open a village shop to ease the pressure off of them, no? Because you don't want people bunching up, you don't want people catching COVID. That's the reason for it, right? But you still got the small businesses closed down, and then the big businesses making money. So then dominating market share. Remember, if I got the competition, what happening? All is buying. That was a song. The Prime Minister come out and said, well, don't worry, Barbadians, we got enough food. So what I mean, the companies have enough inventory to sell me. And them is selling me at a discount. The pandemic hit 2 years, then we had 2 years to give you a VAT-free holiday. I trying to understand. They could do that in 2019 and 2022. And the disrespectful thing about it is they just check for me. if you really living this life and you thinking about people that hurting, right? You will understand that coming down to Christmas, nobody ain't doing that big law shopping because no money ain't coming in. So a person spending money gradually, buy piece here, buy piece there. So if you get a VAT holiday, or the persons that done spend the money already can't enjoy the VAT holiday, only people that got resources, that's the government that thinking about you. That's the government that thinking about the small man. If you thinking about the small man, you would announce from January 2021 that we're doing a VAT holiday in December. Overseas, you get enough notice. So why you ain't getting the notice now? They just stick that upon we because they feel like. You can't say they just do as they feel like. Just do as they feel like. Pull it back. Give you a VAT holiday. We get republic. Legally, we ain't even know if we sure that we're in the right legal framework to get republic, but we still get republic. These people do anything they like. And people calling me a dictator. No, there's 30 of them. There's 30 of them, so all of them got to be dictators too. Don't only listen to what is being said, listen to what is not being said. Everybody calling me a dictator. So now I got 30 MPs. Tell me, if it was a situation where Ryan wanted to see and we going to Parliament and foolishness going on in the farm and Ryan was speaker, you think Ryan deserves the next term? So why does the current incumbent MP deserve the next term? When he ain't voiced his opinion, he ain't said nothing. There's 30 MPs, and if 30 MPs can't tell one person nothing they don't deserve to be there, you agree with me? Awoo! Thank you very much, man. Awoo! Try to wake up, man. Because you want me to wake up. I don't want to have to tell you everything. I know my position here is to be the voice of the voiceless. But we smart people, we going to start to calculate these things. You tell me we calling one person a dictator. Wait, that's 29 people. You telling me the other 29 people so frightened that they can't say nothing? And then supposed to be representatives? But you want none of them for a lawyer? I will go straight to jail. Point time we land court, Mr. Belgrave, where's your lawyer? Look, there, sir. Use Mr. Belgrave lawyer, achievements. You understand what I'm saying? We want staunch and adequate representation. I am not a politician, people. I am not a politician. I see people with comments online, oh, this man's supposed to be a politician. No, I come to speak facts and speak directly and speak blunt. I'm going to take the mixed matters. If I take the mixed matters, I will come and say, oh, well, the lovely people of St. Michael Northwest, you know, we want to increase jobs. And how I could tell people about give me a job when a lot of people know went home in the pandemic. That makes sense? That makes sense? I'm going to tell you all about self-employment to get you off from point A to point B. And sometimes all it takes is filling out an application for somebody. Sorry, people. Yeah, I was no getting into the groove, but it's time for me to go, all right? But I can still get a little warm up. Awoo! 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 All right, love you, farm. Good night.
These times them really hard for two. Crisis essential, need a change. So let me just call the right name. The change we need. Let me vote Rasheed. It's the change we need. Let me vote Rasheed. Follow me now. Yeah, from Watton up to Lodgewood, Kingston, Water Street.
Yes, yes, yes. Before I go any further, let me keep it real. Let me get another awoo. Awoo. This is what we want. This is keeping it real. This is Deacons Farm. We want people speaking the truth. Speaking the truth. Not to be afraid. True representation. We ain't faking the moves. We keeping it real. Thank you very much, Rasheed Belgrave. We look forward to seeing you in the House of Assembly. Christchurch, East Central. Awoo! But if we can talk about keeping it real, I ain't know nobody that's keeping it more real than this man. He needs no real introduction, but I'm going to introduce him as one of the most real people I know. Nickname Laker. Father. Grandfather. For me, mentor, coach, and friend. Please put your hands together for Ricky Williams, better known as Laker, St. Michael West.
St. Michael West, deserve the best. St. Michael West, need nothing less, and things will be greater. Greater with later, things will be greater. Greater with later. So we voting Ricky Williams, voting Ricky Williams. We supporting Ricky Williams, voting Ricky Williams. A man of the people, committed and strong. A borrowed disciple, loyal for so long. People want stability, dependability, responsibility.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night to everybody, but a special good night to Deacons Farm. I was born and raised just across there in Goodland. Who don't know now? I was born and raised just across there in Goodland Main Road. And when I was 18 years old, my father and mother brought me here in Sunnyside Court. I was one of the first residents in Deacons Farm. I have been a farmer ever since then. So you know when you trouble a farmer, you trouble me. When you trouble anybody that represents the farm, you trouble me. I went to school at Eagle Hall School up there. I went to school at Wednesday Hall School, across there. And I went to school at Foundation School up there. I have played sports my whole life and music. I could have chosen anything in life, but I chose to play sports and music. Tonight, I have to compose myself because there's an imposter walking around here. Knowing nothing about good people and proceeding to say some bad things about them. But first I'll deal with the Barbados Labour Party and what they promised us and what we got in 2018. Democrat Labour Party, we lost the government in 2018, all 30 seats. It was not an easy defeat. It was one of the most humiliating things I ever encountered in my entire life. It was a rough one. Some people say, oh, man, whatever happened? It was a rough one. But God is good. God is good all the time. And tonight, in 2022, the first month of the year, the Democratic Labour Party is back here in just over 3 years, ready and willing to take up the government of Barbados. They thought we was out. They thought we was out, but the good people is always recover. Made some adjustments here and some adjustments there, and the strong ones come back out. Because after 2018, when the new Prime Minister, or the former Prime Minister, Mayor Motley, they said former, I understand you say former. The former Prime Minister, Mayor Motley, promised Barbados milk and honey, and the Democratic Labour Party was a waste of time. And they can't do nothing right, and they found all types of nicknames to call the Democratic Labour Party. You know what I'm saying? I want you to listen carefully to what I'm saying, because people got a way of swishing around things and tricking people. They promised us milk and honey, and we, the Democratic Labour Party, didn't have a clue what we were doing. They made laugh and sport. Chris, Frondel, every minister they made laugh and sport at. And when they got into the office, what they will do, we will go straight to heaven. That's what Mayor Motley promised us. And somewhere or somehow they got 30 seats. To this day, they don't believe that they had it fair, but they got 30 seats. That's the facts. The facts are that the first thing that happened when the government got into power in 2018, that they imposed a draconian tax, first one, on Barbadians. From $2 to $3.50 the road bus fare. From $2 to $3.50 the road bus fare. Don't tell me who's catch the bus. Look around, Deacons, and tell me who's catch the bus. People that catch the bus because they don't have a car. Or maybe sometimes they can't buy a car. Poor people catch the bus. You got in and said you will relieve the plight of poor people. And the first thing you do is put $2, $3.50 on bus fare from $2. I sat down here in Deacons and saw big men and women walking to town with their children on their head. The trauma of paying $3.50 in 4 was too much for them. And still is too much for them. That is the first move that our Savior, Mayor Montley, decided to do. I can get what she is soon. But that's the first move that she made. The second move that she made was to increase, and get the gas tax here. They increased, not the water bill, they put a tax on water waste, wastage. I can't even realize, name them. But I have some taxes that put on the water bill. Not the water bill, the taxes put on the water bill. Listen for the trick. Listen to the trick. That's what Rasheed said. I like Rasheed. I ain't a politician. But when my belly burn me deep, I gotta come out and represent my people. Because the people tired with politicians. The people tell me like a politician is tricksters and even voting. And in some cases, I gotta believe them. Because 1 week one is a B, the next week one is a D. You can't trust most of them. I come to talk the truth tonight. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. And dressing up nothing because we're suffering. They put these taxes on the water bill. You know why they put it on the water bill? They put it on the water bill because they know that water is the most essential thing in the world. You cannot do without water. So if you do not pay your water bill, the taxes, they're going to cut your water bill off because the water bill is the principal. And you know if your water bill cut off, you go up here $3 to put it back on. So it was not the water bill, it was the conduit to get this money imposed on us. After you promised to alleviate the problems that we had, that liar! That liar! Because it's a blatant lie. You said in 2018 that the Democratic Labour Party have Barbados in a mess and you're going to relieve it. And the first thing you do is put on bus fare and then you go on this tax from water. I from Deacons Farm. I know the plight of the people. So my pain is different than somebody else's pain. So I can't come in here and be very special and talk pretty. I cannot do it. And there's more weed than them. But I go further. You know you can't do all tax. But there's another tax that went on. Before I go any further, I want the people to understand that the government is the people. We tend to think that the government is out here and the people is out there. The government is the people. Whoever represents the people as the government, they represent us to look after our business. It's like me and my son, Crossy, and my grandchildren. He's my son. I represent him. So I got to look out for his best interests. The government is the people. So the first thing the government do that represent the people, next thing they did, forget the tax. There's another tax that's going on. 20-odd ministers. After the prime minister said that while she was in opposition, that she only needed about 4 or 5 ministers, that is wasting taxpayers' money. She brings 20 ministers. Folks, we got to understand this. This is but 3 years ago. This is about 3 years ago. You tell me, you can be careful what you say. I ain't saying that wrong, none defamatory, but I talking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth help me God, because I live in it. To bring these ministers, a minister green, a minister purple, a minister red, a minister car, a minister bicycle, a minister tour, and to jack it on the taxpayers' bill. The taxpayers' bill is the people's bill. Because I said the government is we. So if the money going on, it's we money, I tell me I'm only money. So we got to pay. But in one instance, we paying $350 for bus fare, and all this we are tax in the water. But then you take me money again now and give it to your friends and family. And we ain't say nothing. Because we start to get quiet, because we start to see the dictatorial style that is happening. I can tell you the dictatorial style started because you're forgetting. It's only 3 years, the city got a short memory, so I want to remind you. Trevor Prescott left Barbados and went somewhere to buy buses. And when he transact everything, the Prime Minister said, you can't buy it. You can't buy the buses. Anything to buy, you go buy them. So the dictatorial style started there. Don't get sideways in this election. This is the facts. You see, on Trevor Prescott, before you forget, went and disciplined 2 men, and he was right. That put some garbage up on the beach. He lost his job because one of the men was a Caucasian. They tell me don't say white. The one of the men was a Caucasian. You cannot, Prescott, you a little boy from up in Ivy. How dare you discipline a white boy? That is what happened with me and the government. That is a fact. And tell the light on the body, that is a fact. Prescott lost his job and still bitching up to the day. Because he said in the House Assembly, it's on Hansard, it's there for everybody to see. These men have no balls. You get vexed. Only 3 years ago this happened, you know? Only 3 years ago. 2 Barbadoses. I go further. Everybody knows that VAT is a law. It was the brainchild of Owen Officer, so he said. So he said. But it's a law if it's Lakewood or if it's Highlandwood. It's a law. So you have to pay VAT. How it work? I will buy goods and the store, let me see if I can get this breakdown as simple as possible. I buy some goods, the store take the item plus the VAT. You don't have no choice in it. If you only got $1 and it's $1.70, you got to go along back and convert the 70 cents or leave it there. The VAT is a must. So they collect this money and some time after they pay in. Because remember, the money that you collect is our money, my money and your money that you collect to pay in the employers to get back to government or to get back to me. Listen to what he's saying carefully and follow what he's saying. The money is I pay money for it to get back to me to help the country. That's basically what it is. That's all it is. Don't let them fool you. I think it's about $2 billion in VAT that these people didn't pay. I'm making a sport, $2 billion. I just struggle to write $2 billion in notes. Sometimes it's got me studying if I make it right. It's so much. So when you put down dollars and cents, you know how much money it is? That's as long as from here to Cuba and back in money. These people have $2 billion. See, I can't even call it million. $2 billion. These people have. Me and Motley got into power. I take them right off. They tell them, take it. Right off is a very special name. Where I come from down here in the farm, in the boy, right off, you don't understand what I mean. Me and Motley tell them, take the money. Now how you could tell them, take my money? Me? You could tell them, take your money. You can't tell them, take my money. Why don't pay that money in there? Anybody should take that money, you go bring it back to me. And to you. And to you. You can't take girls and take my money. You wrong. That's a fraudulent and a cruel act, you know, Paul. But you tell these people, I just a write-off, take the money. Our money. Now let me tell you something. Like I said with Rasheed, I will win my seat in the House Assembly, 19th of January. I will win my seat. God can make me win my seat. Because there's some business in the House Assembly that God get attended to. Because politicians got away that when they get in the House Assembly, they become one another friends and buddies. I could be anybody's friend and buddy, you know. But you see when the right thing gonna happen, it's a different ball game. Mayor Motley and the people that she gave that $2 billion to got to give us back our money. Or somebody can get locked up for it. Now the merchants didn't take it themselves. So Motley got to find a way to get me back with $2 billion. It is our money. We ain't left any money out there. When we hear suffering, you know what $2 billion could do for me? Houses that could build, jobs that we could do. You know what $2 billion? We could relieve that. I mean, some of the taxes that we going on there, because we had $2 billion going into the government coffers, that you tell these people to take. That will be under these facts that we facing in Barbados. These are facts. It's in the sport I talking, this in the movie. This is real life. Just 3 years ago. Only 3 years ago, the city got short memory, not me though. I could tell you things that happened in 1955. In 1955, when I went to Gibson school, I can remember everything I went to school at that time. Somebody give me time? I gotta go? Right? I ain't get half of what you gotta say yet. You like, we're going to be bad by the party. You gotta give me a little more time. You gotta give me a little more time. I come tonight to talk the truth, the whole truth, and now, but just help me God. I ain't gonna be disrespectful, but I have some things to say to my people. But if I gotta go, I can go. There's a lot more to be said. But that's the society we live in. That we just keep on suppressing things. But I can get in Parliament and they can't stop me from attacking things in Parliament. Because I ain't talked about the boat yet. 2 Barbados says. I ain't talked about that boat yet, now yacht yet, you know. That started at cocaine and with marijuana. And then 2 white men walk out and 1 black man and they've been there in Dodge jail. I ain't talked about that yet. 2 Barbados says, we live in this. 3 years ago, we live in this. I ain't talking about the marijuana that people stay getting locked up for today. Have to go a certain amount, but a certain set of people could go 5 and 10 acres and make a fortune of money. When the people that pioneered it got brutalized. And talk about that. There's a lot of issues they could talk about that happened only 3 years ago. But ladies and gentlemen, as a team player, I can go. But I leave by saying this. I wouldn't waste time with Neil Rowe. I wouldn't waste time with Neil Rowe. I leave Ryan for him. All I'll correct him with is, Trevor Prescott said, he's a guy that has a vision but no intellect. I didn't say that. Trevor Prescott said that right here in Deacons Farm. That guy proceeded to say that he will purge the place over there where we used to work at. Let me say this. Let me close by saying this. We had 9 people working there full-time and 6 alternates, 15 people. 13 of those people live in Deacons Farm. They are still unemployed today. Neil Rowe, take a bow for that. Good night and God bless you.
Ricky Williams, we supporting Ricky Williams, voting Ricky Williams. A man of the people, committed and strong. A borrow disciple, loyal for so long. People want stability, dependability, responsibility. Mark your X for he. Things will be greater.
Greater with Laker. Another round of applause for Ricky Williams, Laker. Homegrown, he belonged to we, made us proud, made the island proud. And we are honored to have you here tonight, Laker. We wish you all the best. Coming next, Paul Gibson, an original Black Rock man. Went to school just over there. Deacons Primary School, would have been before my time. A pharmacist, Ellerslie, I hear in Ellerslie. A good man, a decent man, a man with a plan. St. James Central, Paul Gibson.
St. James Central! If you want people over politics, then Paul is the man. Paul is the man. If you want visionary leadership, then Paul is the man. Paul is the man. If you want a godly representative, Paul is the man. Paul is the man. Bring back good vibes to the constituency. Paul is the man. Paul is the man. With a heart for the people. Bring it back the heart. A heart for the country. Bring it back the heart. Community building. Bring it back the heart. Opportunities and jobs.
Good night, good night, good night. My family, how are you? Give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause tonight. This is an amazing audience, I'll tell you that. Well, I'm going to tell you something tonight. I am so pleased and so proud to be here to represent a man by the name of Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters, call his name, say Ryan Walters. I'm going to tell you something. You could not have asked for a better, more focused representative than Ryan Walters. When we look at what you had before and compare it to Ryan, it's chalk and cheese. And I'm going to tell you something. I know for a fact, having gone to Deacons Primary, having attended Ellerslie School, having gone to university, that the people of Deacons Farm are smart people. They are bright people. They are intelligent people. And one thing they know what is right and what is wrong. They know what looks off and what smells funny. And the reason why I said that is because there are a lot of funny things going on in this country. And I know you're smart. So you know that tonight's meeting is about telling you the truth and telling you the facts. For example, you believe that the government was attempting to pull some wool over you and my eyes, the taxpayers. And we barely get a look behind the curtain to see what was going because of a court case in Miami about the vaccines. You know what I'm talking about? The vaccines. And I'm going to tell you something. They were going to give us a $3 US vaccine. How much did it cost? $3 US. And you know how much they're going to sell it to us, the taxpayers, for? $24 US per vaccine. I'm going to say it again. Buying a vaccine for $3 US and selling it to you and I, the taxpayers, for how much? $24 US. The profit on that, had we not found out about it, would have been paid out. Had that thing gone through, there would have been a profit of $12.5 million US going to one man. Going to one man. I want you to think about that for a minute. I started by saying that you are intelligent people because I know that this makes sense to you. What I'm trying to do is to bring you awareness as to why Ryan Walters needs to represent you right here. Because he would show and expose that type of nonsense. You can imagine if I was to cut a check and give each one of you $12.5 million, what y'all would do with it? People in Barbados cannot afford to pay their water bills because of the pressure that this government is putting on us. And you're going to pay one man $12.5 million in profit and get it approved by a PS? The point is this. that the nurses among us were only getting 3 pairs of gloves a week. And there were rodents in the geriatric hospital. But they can assign money for that. And the important people in the middle of a COVID pandemic, they are going to treat nurses like that. Something is wrong, I'm telling you. Barbados, we need to press the reset button. We have made a decision almost 4 years ago about changing the government. That's passed. But you see, this one here, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to correct the wrongs that are happening to the average Barbadians. We're hearing about the bus fare. We're hearing about the 115% increase in the water bill because of sewage tax, and you are not connected to the sewer. If you want it fixed, you got to go and send to, what's the name of the place, Jose, and get them suck it up for you, even though you're paying the tax. That makes sense? Something is wrong with it. And I'm going to tell you the reason why I'm talking, and I'm proud to address you in respect to your candidate, Ryan Walters, is because Ryan understands what is happening in Deacons Farm, in Freehill, in Rosemont and Ferniehearst. Ryan understands what is happening in Brighton and in Brandons and Pile Bay, because he connects. He connects with you. He stands in his quiet, humble way and listens to what is happening. And because he is so analytical, you can guarantee that he's not going to forget what you have told him. That's the type of man Ryan Walters is. You getting what I'm saying? You have a person that can connect with you. And this is very important. I'm going to tell you something. We need to be very sober about the next move we make. In a couple hours, in just a few hours, about 72 hours, there will be an election. And the $2.5 billion that the government has borrowed that will go on your children and your grandchildren has to be paid back. I don't have any problems sweeping up dust and volcanic ash. People need work, okay? I'm not crying shame on it at all. I'm not. But that's called maintenance. When the government borrows $2.6 billion, you have to take that money and create new industries. You have to create jobs. You have to develop your country. You have to make sure that people are advancing and that you're bringing in euros, pounds, Canadian dollars, Japanese yen, and so it comes into the coffers so you can do what? Pay off that $2.6 billion. Right now, we have a one-legged stool called tourism. And even though they have all of that money, ladies and gentlemen, they are doing nothing with it. That is not governance. That is nonsense. That is nonsense. Because they have all this money, and your children and your grandchildren have to pay it back. And they're not doing anything with it. In other words, I am not impressed with them. I am not. And neither should you. Neither should you be impressed with them. And this is why we are calling on Barbadians across the length and breadth of this society to wake up. The smoke and mirrors is over. This is about cold, hard facts. This is about the life and the quality of life that you and your family will enjoy or not. So the decision you make within the next couple hours is going to be very, very important. This is not about B or D. This is about choosing the right person to represent you in the House of Assembly. The color doesn't matter, it's the person. And the person tonight that we're talking about is a man that will add tremendous value to the constituents of this constituency of St. Michael's Northwest. I'm going to tell you something. I have one guy in my constituency there in St. James Central. For 4 years, people have been asking him to fix the roads. 4 years, you know. 4 years, you know. The man, I had to make some videos and shame the man and say, listen, buddy, the people asking for the roads to fix it, all the front shocks smash up, all the dust on the table, all the COVID coming through the house. Fix the roads. I had to shame him. And you know what? 4 days before the election, he's fixing it. You can call that representation? It's a shame. I'm telling you, it's an absolute shame. He is operating according to a political timetable, not according to the people's needs. You see the difference? There's a political timetable and there are the needs of the people of Deacons Farm, correct? Your needs are important. You are a Barbadian. They get in there to serve you. The word minister means servant. And that is what they're supposed to be doing. And I'm saying to you, it is time to make the right decision on this particular occasion. This is like no other occasion we had. We have never faced anything like this before where your opinion never mattered. It never mattered for the Constitution. She said she was going to have a referendum. They wanted to do the gay rights and so on. They said they were going to speak to us first. No, they went ahead and did what? Put it in the law. They take our God, who we serve, the true and living God, and want to put the name Creator. God is more than a creator. He's a destroyer, a healer, a provider, a restorer, Jehovah Jireh, all sorts of, listen to me. He's God, man, he's big. Creator? No. The people of Deacons Farm understand what this is all about. There are a lot of Christians in this community. And we have to stand up for what is right. It is what we were raised on in Sunday school. It is what we were taught. It is what our families understand to be truth. God as a part of our existence. Whether you're Rastafari, Hindu, or Muslim, the fact of the matter is that God is a sovereign God. And we have to be very careful that we don't begin to play with these things because it would affect the very fabric and values of our society. Remember one thing, that you are important. And you need to speak out to say, enough is enough. Enough is enough tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And tonight I'm going to call on you. Well, every sin you might, this is not political for me. This is personal. I'm here to personally encourage you to consider Ryan Walters as your candidate. Personally. Because I believe that he would add value to your lives, to your future, and to your children, and so on. And so, when you pray, when you go to bed and sleep, I want you to be very mindful as to where we are. I want you to understand that it is not about the smoke and mirrors. It's not about spending $400,000 to take a group of people to COP26 to talk about the environment. And right down here, $400,000 US to take a contingent up there to talk about climate change. And people here ain't got no work. Listen to me. There's no care in that. There's no care. There is none. There's none. And I'm going to tell you something else too. For the love of God and for the love of your families, I want to let you know something very carefully. People like to give you money to buy votes, to think that they can sway you. This is not that type of election. This is bigger than that. Nobody can afford your vote. Too much blood was shed, too many lives were too many people were killed, too much sacrifices were made. And to give you $200 or $100 is an insult for a vote. Because in about 48 hours, you'll either drink it out, smoke it out, and send it to the toilet. And if you never had a job before the $200, you still don't have one. You still can't pay the water bill. You still can't pay the light bill. But you get the money, but they have not advanced you. They have not done anything for you. Really and truly, they have not. They just bought an opportunity to get in there, to live the way they want, and to take care of their families and get their black credit cards and whatever they get. But you you do not benefit from anybody trying to buy your vote. So don't even look at it. If you want to take the money, but you have to vote in a responsible way that will take care of your family for generations to come. I want you to be very mindful of this. This is the type of election that we're in. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm getting after? It is very important for us to understand that Barbados is at a crossroads. And this is the time for us to press the reset button. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening. I want to thank you for choosing Ryan Walters as your candidate. I'm putting your X next to that name in a couple hours. It's not too long away. And I want you to encourage your family members, you know. I was thinking of, but you know what? I think I'm going to give Mr. Walters my vote because it is what Barbados needs right now. I didn't call the other fella's name because in that election, if you had painted a sheep yellow, it would have won. And you get a sheep. But the point is this. You need somebody that is a lion. You need the lion. A lion by the name of Ryan Walters. That would roar on your behalf in the House of Assembly. That would represent you and would put the stake in the ground and say, no, the people of Deacons Farm deserve better than this. This is the man you want. This is the man I give to you tonight. I want to ask you to come out on January 19th and vote for your candidate, Ryan Walters. God bless you. God bless Barbados. God bless Deacons Farm. Have a great night as we continue to share our issues and stories with you. God bless.
If you want visionary leadership, then Paul is the man. Paul is the man. If you want a godly representative, Paul is the man. Paul is the man. Bring back good vibes to the constituency. Paul is the man. Paul is the man. With a heart for the people.
Thank you, Paul Gibson. St. James Central. We are hearing the truth tonight. We are hearing the truth tonight. What we need to do is not only to come out in our numbers and listen, but we need to go to the polls and vote. We need to go to the polls and vote. We need to vote for change. Too many issues are being raised. Too many issues are on the table. It's right in front of us. As Paul Gibson said, God is on our side. Anything is possible with God. Anything is possible with God. Ricky Williams said the same. Let's not be fearful. Let's go to the polls and vote for change. Coming to you next, former president of the Young Democrats, business consultant, vibrant, intelligent, and one for definitely the future. Cory Cox, St. Michael Central.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party.
Good night, good night, good night. Democratic Labour Party family. Ring that bell some more, sweetie. The Democratic Labour Party is alive. I bring you greetings from St. Michael Central. I ask all of you, I ain't even waiting to the end. Make sure to vote for my man Ryan Walters. From 6 in the morning, peoples, till 6 in the night. From the time Walters was ratified, my man been on the ground working and working. It gives me pleasure to come here tonight and endorse his candidacy, ladies and gentlemen. In 2018, Ryan called me and Ryan said to me, Courie, listen, I got to get up and I got to play my part, Courie. We cannot lay down and let this happen to this party. We got to get up. And Ryan got up, and he has not taken a seat since then. Because we were down, but we were never out. And when you see a situation and you're not happy with it, don't just lay down and gallywag and roll your belly. Get up and be a part of the change that you want to see. And Ryan Walters intend to bring change on behalf of the residents in St. Michael in St. Michael, what is this again, Ryan? Northwest, man. I went to 3 different meetings this evening, all I was in St. Michael. So when I God forgive me, man. But I love that guy like a brother of mine. Ryan is a man for all seasons. He can speak well. He can smile. He can mix with anybody, any class of people, anywhere. We need a young, talented people in this country to come forward and step up. We are all the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, come the 19th of January, go with Walters. This is a COVID election. There should never be an election at this time. But I am vexed. I am not sorry. I thank God it has been called. Let us get to the polls and restore the Democratic Labour Party where we are supposed to be. We need some democracy in our parliamentary system, ladies and gentlemen. Are you all happy with the direction our country is going? You all happy with the treatment being meted out toward nurses? Right now, tomorrow, the nurses plan to strike again. Blatant disrespect being meted out to these ladies and gentlemen. This ain't just an ordinary vote, ladies and gentlemen. Vote for these kind of issues. Because they told themselves, let me dissolve this parliament and get rid of Caswell Franklin. Get rid of the other man that hopping about the place right now here at my side. And the deal being ready so we can get by this thing 30 love and go. But I tell you tonight, let me jump up and jump them. Let me vote Ryan Walters in. Even I got family and friends in St. Michael Central, tell them vote for Cory Cox. But for all of you guys registered down here in Northwest, vote for my man Walters. I endorse everything said by Comrade Paul Gibson, Laker Williams. Everything those guys saying is true. I know, look, the other day I see all credit for unions sit down with the government and stand up against the Lord Trade Union for fighting for nurses' rights. Bussa got up and fought for his rights. Sarah Gill stood up for hers. Clement Payne did the same. Why the hell the nurses in this country can't do it? But now you bring nurses from Ghana. You want to hear this woman from this side? You walk over this mic, sweetie. Treating them better than the nurses in Barbados. Paying them better. Housing allowance, all kind of things. And when the night comes, some nurses in this country can't even get home from that QEH. We need better treatment for the workers in this country. And that is why last year or year before I fought against the idea of Tony Moore going to the House of Parliament. Because you can't be in the church and in the chapel at the same time. And don't come and tell me this thing about, oh, it was done before and blah, blah. I ain't interested in that. Because it was done before, don't make it right to be done now. And since you're getting like a cup on one hand or even 3 fingers, so many times I've heard her spoken. Who fights on behalf of the workers in this country? I tell when to come out and when to silence force, don't even talk it. Don't even tell the people what I'm planning to do. Just come out and when to silence force and jump them on Wednesday. We cannot continue to allow the things in this country to be shaped in the image of one person and defended on the radio by the other. This country is not for one and twos. This country is for all of us. The welfare of this country is at stake. People open their eyes and realize. Would I ever start to think what manner of a person can actually consider removing God from a literature? Man, even sinners don't do that. Listen, you don't do it. The level of respect that you have for the Almighty Father, whether you're a devoted practicing Christian or not, you just don't deal with those things. You let them be. What level of audacity are these people telling themselves that they can just get up and do these things because what? You got 30 seats. Ain't like you got 30 seats because the whole of Barbados voted. But come January the 19th, I want everybody to vote. When they outside canvassing, people stopping me at the side of the road. Listen, I have never voted, you know. But trust me, I got to come out and vote this time. I got to come out and vote. I wish you well, big man. I got to come out and vote for you. A lot of people are stopping you and telling you these things. People are genuinely concerned about what is going on in this country. You heard for yourself for years the amount of houses that we built in the last administration when things were tough. I know we want 150 houses and we got to go to China to get a bunch of boxes. Like seriously? And then to make matters worse, they said they will invite the Chinese to Barbados to set up a manufacturing company to build and export houses throughout the Caribbean. We spitting out so many phrase men at the Polytechnic. And you want to bring the Chinese here to set up a manufacturing company? What happened to our Barbadians? So real money is not supposed to be put into the average man and woman in this country pocket? You know, this is the added ding dong with a constituent. You know, these people say, you, these people that do good, them doing good. That's the quickest things come out your mouth, you know. Them good. But when you ask them, what they do? What's so good about what they have done? A lot. A lot. No, tell me exactly what they have done. I tell you a lot. I ain't going to get into that, big man. A lot. That's the kind of blind rhetoric that we run about with in this country. People need to critically think and assess for themselves what's going on. I don't need to repeat the things that have been said on this platform. But they had an issue with 16 people in Parliament the other day. You called it 17, but one was the Speaker of the House. And they felt that was too big for this country. Tell me what is being done to advance the cause of the ordinary man and woman in this country today. I challenge anybody. I saw the then MP Dwight Sutherland went to NASCO the other day dressed up in a suit like a monkey. Talking about he planned to level the playing field. Sometimes you're going to treat these people rough, you know. Because they come and they talk all kind of things because they think we are retarded or we don't have any sense. They send us to school to think. So the little man is importing cars at a cheaper rate. NASCO has an issue with the fact that these vehicles are being imported under a cheaper tax bracket. So they are calling for a level playing field. So he thought the tax rate should increase to make it a level playing field. Why the business manager at NASCO can't go back and sit down and for the play into the field that the little man playing? Is the little man making money in it? Is the brain of the owners of the business companies in this country to find ways to get into that market? If it is a cheaper way to deliver a service, and those guys are doing well, it is impeding your bottom line, you must create some kind of subsidiary or some second department to play on that level. But don't tell me you can take away the advantage that the little man has Did they put it at a disadvantage against big business? We saw the same thing with the implementation of the foreign tax on credit cards. The concern being expressed about Barbadians shopping online. So they implement a tax. Because big business yet again is complaining Barbadians going online too much. Maybe the big business in this country need to set up online. But we catering to the big man who don't ever be hungry. But we that hungry can't catch a break. But then they will run through here every day blowing whistles and keeping a bunch of noise, trying to offset Ryan Walters from doing the good work that he intends to do on behalf of these people in the Northwest. I ban fire upon all of them because they're seeking to mislead the ordinary man in this country. They know they feel Ryan Walters is a threat, so they want to bring a motorcade, they want to bring drums, they want to bring hot scalps, whistles, flukes, everything. But I tell you guys down here tonight in the forum, don't be dismayed. Don't be swayed. You all got a good man with you tonight. The Democratic Labour Party deserves to be in Parliament. We have to have a balanced parliamentary system in this country. Where is the transparency they talk about? Did you have a say in the transition to Republican status? Well, sure some of you out here didn't even know what was a republic. Did you have a say in nominating who should be president? You know that years ago, people fought for us to have the right to vote, to have a say. You know how much women were restricted 50 and 60 years ago from having a say in this country? But then we come and we want to run this thing, and we ain't supposed to got a say. I remember in 2015, when the then leader said, we will transition to a republic soon. And the people say this is the time for the republic. Because 11 days, the global financial crisis starts. We're trying to create distraction tactics. But now in the worst pandemic the world has ever seen, all of a sudden we get to go a transition to Republican status. And we ain't supposed to go a problem with that. So if you call the program and you support it, they can give you 30 minutes. But if you oppose it, you can only get 10 or 15 seconds. By the time I don't even listen to them people. Play some BBS or say, man. They're trying to stifle the opinions of the ordinary man or woman in this country. Anytime we transition to Republican status, Barbadians must be allowed the chance to play a fundamental role in it. You must be allowed. You can imagine all of we outside at a political meeting, but we cannot be outside to watch our whole transition thing going on. When I see how life is. But them won't vote now. So all of a sudden, they know more COVID. We can sit down and watch meetings now. There are people in this country tonight who was alive the night that we raised the broken triumphant flag in this country at the Garrison Savannah. You hear my man saying he was one. She was 14, the man, no, they say he was one. You don't think if they were allowed to go and watch this transition to Republican status, they would have wanted to take advantage of it? But Barbadians are restricted to being home in the homes watching TV. Well, the big ups are enjoying themselves and watching this thing going on. Some people ain't even from out here. That is the kind of country we live in. We recognize the benefits of medicinal cannabis after years of incarcerating our young men. We decide we're going to launch the industry. we're going to issue license. But the licenses are so high. There's no access for the ordinary man in Barbados to do it. So just like the structure of the tourism industry, where foreign investors took the lead and continue to take the lead, or the sugarcane industry, where foreign owners dominated it, we are about to launch another industry, and it will be dominated by foreign investors again. And then they tell you that they care. Care about who? Care where? Come and give a little package, and then some of them going to rebuild and call it a care package. Never another one. What is happening for the workers in this country who are unemployed? You know, in 2021, so many people in this country did not work because the government in positions and lockdowns. People in the cultural industries. Some people in the hospitality sector have been employed. Finally, they get some benefits and then they run out and they what? They kind of coping fee, nothing. But you know what they will tell you? We give a care package. And my mother said, my brother is going more things than our care package. People, we got to think and realize what's going on in this country, you know. All kind of councillors coming and getting big money. But that's why people always say, that party was never for the little man. But they will create illusions of grandeur that they are. But the evidence states different. That is why I am proud to say tonight, the Democratic Labour Party is here. Ryan Walters is here. You cannot go wrong with a parliamentary representative in Ryan Walters. This will be a COVID election. These lines will seem longer than they actually are, but people do not give up. Go to the lines, carry with the chairs, with the umbrellas, with the water bottles. Even they got to do what they got to do, but don't give up. They will love us to give up. But I say to you tonight, from 6 in the morning till 6 in the night, jump all of them and let me vote for Ryan Walters. Let him be the duly elected MP on behalf of the people in St. Michael Northwest. Good night and God bless.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation.
Cory Cox, ladies and gentlemen. I think he did an excellent job. Let's give him a round of applause. I love his passion, and I know we are in good hands. Let us not forget what we are here for. We are here to support all of them, but in particular, this evening, Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters, St. Michael Northwest. Our next speaker tonight really doesn't need an introduction. We are all familiar with him. He has answered the call once again. He's given years of service to this country. Former Minister of Tourism. Let's give him a round of applause. Richard Seeley, St. Michael South Central.
Well, when the best with Marshall, I can tell. Well, Seeley no land. Vote for Seeley and breathe. Vote for Seeley and breathe. He's the man for we. Vote for Seeley and breathe. Vote for Seeley and breathe. Unemployment high, people brat. Richard Seeley not to put the people in check. No long talk, we doing this correct. Things gonna happen and moves gonna make. Jobs must come cause the people gonna work. Schools gonna open cause the children must learn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good night to the people of Deacons Farm and indeed all of the surrounding areas, all of the many communities that make up the constituency of St. Michael Northwest. It's great to be back in the farm. And it is great to be back in the farm among the Democratic Labour Party family in the farm, which is the overwhelming majority of the farm. Great to see so many familiar faces. And I want, of course, to urge all of you to come out on January 19th and vote for Ryan Walters, a class act. I have to start there because the word is out that that is the plan that the people have of St. Michael Northwest. And because the word is out in general, there are things that are happening across this parish in particular, and certainly in St. Michael South Central, where I am honored to carry the banner for the party. And indeed, what we are seeing is something that we have to watch. Now, it is my understanding, and I have actually seen physical evidence of it, that vouchers are being distributed to people in Carrington Village, in Britain's Hill, in Deacons Farm, Free Hill. Across the communities in St. Michael, you're being given two $50 vouchers in an envelope and told to support Barbados Labour Party candidates. That is illegal under our election regulations. That is a criminal act. It is called bribery. But apparently, we have now reached a place in Barbados where Miss Motley doesn't think anything is sacred anymore. Not even election laws. I mean, whatever you want to say about all of her predecessors as BLP leaders, they respected and understood that how we manage our affairs as far as elections are concerned is something sacred. Nothing is sacred at all. And I have to talk about this because you need to understand what is really at stake on January 19th. This can't continue. And we have observed this trend over the years of the manner in which money is deployed by the Barbados Labour Party during all elections, by elections and general elections. And it is something that you cannot shrug your shoulders at anymore. Because how can an election be fair when money is being distributed in that manner? And don't tell me, okay, it's not cash. It is still, for all intentions, a tradable element. It may not be legal tender. A voucher that you can take down at Popular. That is really what this thing has become now. We also, that is true too, but the point is that you have to accept that certain things are sacred. Nothing is sacred. And while we discuss this issue of elections, can you imagine the final voters list is yet to be issued? Why they're taking so long? And I'm being told that it's going to be issued tomorrow sometime during the course of the day. 36 hours before the polls open, you are going to have the final voters list issued, something is going on from the get-go, from the 27th of December, from the time elections were announced. We have seen or picked up all sorts of insidious behavior taking place around this whole process. And I don't know what that is about, but I have been assured by the collective leadership of the party and those responsible for the campaign that they will have an eagle eye out and will take whatever action it needs to be taken to make sure we can't do a whole lot about the money element. The police have to deal with that, but the list is central to ensuring we have a fair election. And the Democratic Labour Party will protect your interests to that extent. We don't have international observers. We have to make sure that this election is free and fair, and the Barbados Labour Party and all of its insidious methods are condemned to the trash heap of history, and a Democratic Labour Party government under Verla DePeiza is elected on January the 19th. We have to do this for our children and their children, because this is serious business. It is very serious business. And I heard Cory Cox talk about what the Barbados Labour Party is about. You know, they've been doing a lot of cursing in this election campaign. A whole lot of cursing. They went in Lanes Road with 5 speakers, called my name, Lanes Road, Britain's Hill this is, 5 speakers and called my name about 500 times, and they weren't paying me compliments. But that is the nature of this campaign, because they have nothing meaningful to offer. But the behavior in office, their behavior in office demonstrates to you very clearly whose interests they represent. And it is not the residents in Deacons Farm. It is not the residents in Freehill, in Black Rock. They represent the interests of those that have already and think that they should have all. And the evidence is clear. Ryan Walters has been a stout advocate for the emerging small and medium-sized enterprises across this land. And they have had to play second fiddle to the big business interests throughout this pandemic, whether it was the lockdown or whether it was the curfews, and how willy-nilly they have been implemented. When you want to have a party to celebrate the Republic, oh, we can take it off. Mind you, Christians that want to pray for the same government, they need a lot of prayer indeed. You got to go and fill in your name in a book at the church and hope that you can get one of the few spaces available. And it applies indeed to other places of worship as well. Our Islamic brothers from in the mosque in Bethel were complaining to me about this fact as well. So you can put the curfew in place and put regulations in place when it suits you, and in essence have a Barbados for one set of people and then another Barbados for another set of people, namely all of us. And something is wrong with that. And it is for that reason, the emergence of 2 Barbadoses, that we have had to theme our campaign as one Barbados. And this has the Prime Minister very flustered because she cannot respond to that reality. Whether you find this government virtuous, whether you find them vice-laden, whether you agree with them or whether you disagree with them, whether you are an opponent of them, whether you are a supporter of them, whether you like them or whether you hate them, everybody in Barbados, it is unanimous, you know whose interests they serve. That cannot be disputed. And that is the reason why you have to get up early, do what you have to do, sanitize, social distance, and make sure you're in that line at that polling station and drive those X's next to the Democratic Labour Party candidates up and down this land. Too much is at stake. The soul of this country is at stake. And in that regard, let me also tell you, before I share maybe one or two thoughts on the economic situation, let me also just say to you, and I believe Paul Gibson would have touched on this earlier, and even if he went into it, it's worthy of reiteration. And that is, leave God in the Constitution. And don't let's come up with any creative replacements. We can leave him right there. And those of us who are practicing Christians, or indeed you may subscribe to a different faith, all of us accept that central to that faith is the value of tolerance. So it's not that we believe that persons who may have altering views on that subject should be less Barbadian. They are still Barbadian. But having God as our principal guideline has worked well for this country. And at this point in time, given what is happening, we need the God now more than ever. Leave him there. And the Democratic Labour Party government, the next government, is very clear on that. And this very subtle, hidden agenda by the atheists and the agnostics in this country, we need to cut that off at the head one time, put it to bed forever, and leave God alone in the Constitution. I have no doubt that maybe, just maybe, a lot of the issues that we are having, a lot of the social challenges that we are having, will be significantly improved if we could return to those God-fearing ways that work well for us, built this country. And we need it, as I say, and the Democratic Labour Party is clear on this issue. So Ryan Walters, myself, and all of our colleagues, we are ad idem, and you need to be made aware of that. Now, I had responsibility for the tourism portfolio for a little while. And I have to touch on the reality again that we are seeing in that sector, the fact that, once again, two Barbadoses. A program was crafted, was capitalized, was put in place in short order to ease the burden of the owners of capital, the purchasers of labor, namely the hoteliers. That was done in short order. But laid off housekeepers and restaurant workers, the front line of the sector, had to wait as long as 9 months to get their severance. Again, it speaks to how priority is accorded by a government that is clear on one thing, whose interests they serve. That is why they can have such an expensive campaign. You know, those little pop-up things, those of you that have children doing online school and complaining about these little pop-ups with the Prime Minister's face, vote BLP and down with the Dems and so on. I am told from the experts in that field that stuff costs as much as $50,000 US a pop, you know. It is very expensive because you have to, obviously, to get the international, you're going through the providers at the international level, whether it's Google or YouTube or whatever. But the point is, money seems to be no object for these people. And it is crazy what they're doing. But I was making the point about the tourism sector and how it is that we seem to see again this philosophy where we take care of the big players first and the workers on the front line, the hewers of wood and the drawers of water, they have to wait many months to get what is theirs. Far from that, some people complain about having to meet their statutory obligations to the workers and get the laws changed in their interests. Get rewarded with independence awards too. That is the reality of Barbados in 2022. I spoke about the tale of two cities, the tale of two Barbadoses. And indeed, what we are doing is creating a scenario where we may very well have some form of unrest. People will become very impatient with that scenario. But there is hope. There is hope for peace. There is hope for a government of all. And that hope is found in those three letters, DLP, the dear loving people of the Democratic Labour Party. So I want to urge all of you to come out and support the Democratic Labour Party. Now, there are some very good friends of mine in this community, and indeed the one adjacent, 20 years, who play a very critical role in the tourism sector. The providers of ground transport, you call them taxi men. And they, of course, have been struggling because of the situation with the cruise ships. And somehow, as it stands right now, they are unable to fully benefit from the little bit of business that we are getting. Even though you see those wonderful ships out in the water, because of the social distancing requirement, they are nowhere near full capacity. They can't sail at full capacity because of the COVID situation. But all I'm saying is, given that the cruisers are only allowed to go on the approved shore excursion program, rather than try to make useless headlines claiming to be fighting on behalf of the taxi men, why not follow up on what we started when we were in government for the first time? The taxi operators were invited to be part of our delegations as we went and sat down with the cruise lines, attending Sea Trade and other conventions at the dime of the taxpayer and at my insistence, because they were too critical an element in the process. And you could ask them, they're back there. I don't think they had that much to drink that they can't remember what happened a few years ago. They will tell you, we embraced them. And you can follow up on that and have them on the approved shore excursion program. It would cost a fraction of the money that you put in the best program for the hoteliers, and you could ensure that they would get a steady stream of the limited business that is presently available. But apparently, that is too steep a hill for this government to climb, because after all, they don't matter. As I said earlier, they ain't too concerned about them. They will make it however. Mind you, when they complain in the paper, they will respond with, ministers bowing down there to visit and things. Nothing has happened differently, Nothing is the same program. And all I'm saying is, we can even take the politics out of it and accept that that is what needs to be done. And, it's funny, you look at the Labour Party manifesto, they really have done a lot of reaping for things that they didn't sow, It's amazing. Under the performances section, they actually claim that they constructed a new Barbados port building. The building was almost done when government changed. All they did is put on a coat of paint. Put on a coat of paint, cut the ribbon, and say they built the building. They didn't build anything. Taking credit for the new equipment in the port, equipment that was put in place prior to 2018. Again, you can't trust these people, This black and white that they published and put out there, Trying to take credit for what is not theirs, not a result of their work. But I would challenge you to tell me anything major that has happened in Barbados since 2018 along the lines of capital projects or anything meaningful. All they have done really and truly is completed what was started by the last government. I challenge you. Yes, they brought in 5 garbage trucks and had about 15 journalists down there to watch them getting lifted off, and about 3 of the trucks ain't even working. And they can't even fit through 90% of the roads in Barbados, but that's another matter. We had a few buses, electrical buses, but that's another story in itself in terms of how they were acquired. And the first set, shackling out already, windows dropping out and so on. You'd be surprised. But that is what this government is about. PR and performances, pageantry, and all of that, and not dealing with the fundamental issues. And that's wrong. Talk about reserves. $3 billion in reserves, 2.8 of it, or significantly more than $2 billion of it, borrowed. Borrowed. So what's the point in bragging about you have a savings account with money on it and all the money you had to borrow and you got to pay back the loan? We got to pay back this money. And it is going to put severe pressure on our situation as far as government is concerned. We are already under a lot of pressure. Government is already borrowing money from the central bank, printing money, as it's called. After they criticized the last government for doing it, it is at higher levels now. And the IMF has flagged that issue among many others and is looking forward to an ambitious adjustment program by this government. And that is nothing esoteric only for the academics and the economists to worry about. That will affect every single boy and girl and man and woman in Deacons Farm, in Ferniehearst, in Rosemont, in Deacons Road, in Freehill, in Black Rock, in Ashdean. It's going to affect all of you, because if government has a huge bill where debt service is concerned, it's less money for the programs. And it may also mean more taxes on you as well. And they need to come clean on these issues. That is what they should be talking about during this campaign. Let's discuss the issues. Imagine you could have a whole press conference a prime minister, a minister of state in the Ministry of Finance to respond to a manifesto by an opposition party. But you can't come clean and tell us what are your plans with respect to the issues raised in the most recent Article 4 consultation report from the International Monetary Fund. We are on a fund program. And what are you doing to address those issues? We owe the people nearly $1 billion, you know. You can't ignore it, you know. And they are obviously getting very frustrated that after each report, we just kick the issues down the road, kick the can down the road. And we want to know, what are the plans? What is it that is going to be done in order to meet these targets? And given how depressed the situation is right now, how exactly we're going to go about, that's what they should be discussing. That is what they should be discussing. One of the bugbears of the International Monetary Fund, pensions, and the call for pension reform. That can only mean one thing in the context of the theme of the overall report. They think that the country is spending too much on pensions. And there's talk that it may have to be adjusted. And you know, I'm just going to tell you a little story that is true. And I want you to give some context to my remarks about where exactly this government is at as far as the not too distant future and policies and programs they may have to put in place. I remember when Ms. Motley was in opposition, and she would reply to the budget. It was my task to speak right after her. For whatever reason, it was decided that that's the position I should speak at during the budget debate. It meant, of course, I had to sit down through her entire speech because clearly I was going in first, and if it was anything to be responded to, I would have to respond to it. And I would notice every single year she would zone in on this issue of our sovereign debt and saying it has to be addressed. We need to restructure the debt. We need to realign the debt. We need to recalibrate the debt. And I would ask her each time, what does that mean? Realign the debt, recalibrate the debt. All of these fancy words on how to deal with the debt. And she would obviously ignore my request for what does that mean? This is debt, by the way, that we inherited by and large. And we were struggling to deal with it. And her advice was to realign and restructure. She used recalibrate. But it wasn't until she became Minister of Finance I understood what she meant by all of that, you know. You know what she meant by that? Stop paying the damn debt. That's what she meant. Default. Defaulted on our debt. Put us in duck's guts, our sovereign debt. Talking about downgrades, the Democratic Labour Party never had a default rating. They're not rating them more now, you know. We at default right now. And all I'm saying is, the same way that I personally was misled by those pretty words about how to deal with debt, when she really meant stop paying, don't allow what happened to me to happen to you. There is some serious plan of austerity afoot, and they don't want to tell you now because obviously it's going to cost votes. So it is easier to curse Estwick, curse Lashley, curse Seeley, curse Ryan Walters, curse everybody, rather than to deal with these fundamental issues. Don't be fooled. If there are tough decisions to be made, look at the Democratic Labour Party manifesto. We will put a human face to it. And we will do it in your interests. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, from Deacons Farm, from St. Michael Northwest, the Democratic Labour Party is there for you. We are promoting one Barbados for all of us to enjoy. Always a great pleasure to speak at Deacons Farm. Love you, and remember, vote Ryan Walters on January 19th. Thank you very much.
He's the man for we. Poor Brazilian breed. Poor Brazilian breed. Unemployment high, people brat. Rich as easy not to put the people in check. Long talk, we doing this correct. Things gonna happen and moves gonna mad. Jobs must come cause the people gonna work. Schools gonna open cause the children must learn. Cost of living is my main concern cause I know get paid my money done burn, so breathe.
We can do better than that. Let's put our hands together for Richard Seeley. We can do better than that. We are getting ready to win an election. We are getting ready to win an election. It blesses my heart to see persons like Richard Seeley who are still here. It is good because we have youth mixed with experience. Let nobody tell you that we do not have what it takes to take this country forward. I am going to move on now to a gentleman who I met a few years ago. Most of you, if not all of you, must know him. When we first met, I thought he was a little strange. Kind of keep to yourself, but still, I wondered if there was something going on. I wonder who's this man here walking about this place now, though? And I made it my business to go and find out. Somebody said, man, this is the man that look at the run down here now, yeah. It's all right. So I pushed forward myself, I had a conversation, and I was very impressed with everything that he said, everything that he stands for. Don't just take it from me, but take it from everybody who came out and show out to endorse him. I challenge his opponent to have somebody saying all of the things that were being said about this gentleman, and it be true. And it is indeed a pleasure to introduce a gentleman. We know the slogan, winning with Walters. And I need to take this opportunity to tell you what it stands for. W, winning through empowering constituents, through entrepreneurship, developing talent, and job creation. I, in search of better opportunities for youth and community development. N, never losing sight of who I came to represent. N, never losing sight of why I came to represent the people of my community. I, in support of care of the elderly, relentless in my pursuit for better representation of their needs. N, nurturing community spirit and people-centered representation. G, galvanizing the community through participation, cooperation, and equality with Walters. We are indeed winning with Walters. And without any further ado, coming to the microphone to bless you, your new representative for St. Michael Northwest, Ryan Walters.
Like somebody sing Walters, sing Walters, sing Walters, Walters. Say we winning with Walters, winning. I say we winning with Walters, winning. I say we winning with Walters, winning. I say we winning with Walters, winning. He is of the people, he is for the people. I said we are going, yo, come let me do this thing.
Lucky people! Good night, Deacons Farm. So many people out here, and we didn't have to rent anybody. We didn't have to wrap up $100 bill in a shirt. We didn't have to force persons to come out and support this great party and this meeting tonight. Thank you all for coming. First, I want to thank God Almighty for bringing me this far on this journey. I have sought to put him first every step that I take. And I am grateful for all that he has done to bless me to be here to represent you, the people of St. Michael Northwest. Who is Ryan Walters? Ryan O'Neill Walters, born in Sergeant's Village, Bartlett Stanley Road, Sergeant's Village, September 15th, 1978. Moved to Block 20E, Ferniehurst at 11 years old, where I spent about 8 years in this community. A quiet fella, went to school at Queen's College. I know some of the people in this community, some of the fellas that I grew up with. Educated at Queen's College and the Barbados Community College. And it is very important to understand that everybody, or most people, like to see an end product, but they don't see the start and the hard work year after year that has brought you to the end product that they now see. So a lot of you are seeing a young manager, the next representative, a successful young man, as I am often told. But it wasn't easy. And it is kind of hard for me to explain and to walk through the journey sometimes. But I grew up going out in a pit toilet. I grew up bathing in the backyard, and the rocks that you're standing up on will be mossy, and you gotta be careful not to fall. When the sun set, you bring in a bucket and you urinate in it. That is how I grew up. I was able, my mother was able to, with my then stepfather, was able to move to Ferniehurst where we had better conditions. But still, my mother had 4 children in a 2-bedroom house. These are not things that I talk about, but you see the end product. But I want tonight to share with you that I understand everything that every single person in this community is going through. In finishing community college, I had to make a choice because at that stage, the situation at home was becoming uncomfortable. And I had to make a choice if to make my mother comfortable or if to go to university in the West Indies. And I decided to make my mother comfortable. And armed with an associate degree from the Barbados Community College, and back then, let me tell you, associate degree was it.
I went and I worked in a hotel, taking the tourists and the visitors, kids, out to play sports, a sports coordinator. Short pants, polo shirt, and I out in the hot sun, playing lawn tennis, miniature golf. I did that for a few months. Then I got a better job in the bank. Not a bank teller job. Don't get excited. I worked as a mailroom clerk in CIBC, pushing mail through the office and dispatching it, franking mail, sorting mail with an associate degree. I moved into another opportunity in a credit card processing facility where I was an accounts clerk. And from there, I moved to an offshore company in the international business sector as an accounts clerk too. And I worked my way up over 10 years to become a senior manager when I left. At the end of that journey, I was experienced. I have a master's in business, and I was ready to take on the world. But I didn't just jump leaps and bounds above anybody. I worked hard. So when they come in the farm and talk about I feel like better than everybody else because they got an income running, I know the journey. I walk the walk so I can talk the talk. And I had a plan. When I decided that I was going to take this political journey, I had a plan. And the plan was that when the next general election was called, that I wouldn't have to canvass this constituency. That I would know almost every single person in this constituency. So as soon as I made the decision, I got busy. Funday, on that pasture, I started on this pasture here in the farm. May Day. I did a little shame, because only 10 little children come around, bro. But it was followed by a successful football tournament, the Gap tournament, organized by community leaders and sponsored by myself. And we had a fun time for about 3 or 4 weeks. Brandon's, the farm, Ferniehurst, Gullen. People from outside are trying to get a team. And even the member of parliament sent a message, you want to know if we could get a team in the tournament. No shame. But when I started this journey, I was hell-bent on making sure that I did not have to canvass this constituency and that I didn't have to have conversations like, who's you? Where you know come from? But we are here prematurely. But I am satisfied that I have moved around enough to gain your confidence. I didn't stop there. We moved into Pearl Bay. And we had an independence line. Again, not on my own strength, but by the strength of the community leaders in that area. Had a wonderful time. Persons from Black Rock, from Freehill, Danesbury, Hinkson Gap, Pearl Bay. We moved around the constituency. I started a canvass door to door. Marcia, where are you? Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause every single day. Marcia will call me or message me at about 12:30. Ryan, the guy out today. And that was my motivation as well. And we went to every house that we could touch. B, D, C, we didn't care. Persons wonder when elections are. But I meant that I needed to meet as much people as possible. we had a fundraiser for a young lady from this community who was having challenges. And Carolyn and I, we baked over 300 cupcakes and iced them. And we met the family in Rosemont, and we walked Rosemont for Endorsement and Deacons selling these cupcakes. The Member of Parliament turned up with empty hands. That is the sort of representation you had to go through for the last 3.5 years. COVID came, and we did not retreat. Muster up whatever I could have gotten, what I could afford from my pockets, and what my friends donated. As Toby over there having a beverage, we moved around this constituency and delivered care packages to those that were vulnerable. Where was the Member of Parliament? We got busy because I came to represent. I didn't come to be a Member of Parliament. That will happen naturally if I represent you. Christmas party in December 2020, St. Stephen's Church. Almost 100 kids from the community came to the meeting, to the Christmas party. Wonderful time. Where was the Member of Parliament? He brought his daughter to the party. He came to the party as a constituent. Sit down next to the face spinning lady. That is the sort of representation that you had to endure. And as much as I wanted to meet all of you and I didn't get a chance to, God sent the election so we can fix it. And COVID again, we're working, looking at the needs of the people. Ears on the ground. Economy starting to open. People gonna need jobs. We saw the destruction in the hotel sector. We put together a resume and CV clinic to prepare cover letters, resumes, and CVs for constituents. Again in St. Stephen's, and over 50 people from the constituency, young, middle class, middle age, came and got their resumes done. And they have a better chance today to get a job in Barbados. Where was the Member of Parliament? Representation is not to be taken lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't come here to crack jokes because I think this is a very serious responsibility I have. Ashfall, I toured this constituency with the District Emergency Organization of St. Michael Northwest, assessing the damage, looking to see what needs to be done. Where was the Member of Parliament? These are the facts. I do not have to come down here and make sport at nobody. You know, you live it. You live it. It is up to you if you want to continue to live it or not. The only thing that the Member of Parliament can do is everything that Mayor allows him to do, gives him to do. He doesn't have an idea. He doesn't have an idea, cannot come up with an initiative to help his people. Hurricane, national program, ash work. So he was able to get some jobs because there was a national program to clean up Barbados. The ash didn't only fall in St. Michael Northwest. It fell in 29 other constituencies. It was not his initiative. So when he brings his achievements to you, you will let him know it had nothing to do with him. The electrical rewiring in this housing estate, but was also a national initiative. Another achievement, cross off. School monitors. Another national initiative. Another achievement, cross off. He also has the Barvern market down by the pasture. Is that his idea? How many people in the farm has a stall down there? How many young men and women he set up with the opportunity to earn a living, to help to pay a bill in that vendor's market? Another achievement. Pearl Bay Fish Landing Facility. I built that. His name is not even on the plaque. How many young men and women out there now can set up and sell fish and chips on a Friday night or a Saturday night? Biggest line on a Sunday at Pearl Bay. You all know a biggest line. They still got to put the drinks on the ground. No vision the Barbados State Party has for this community. Not a kiosk ain't built down there. You got to stay poor. And that from the bottom of my heart, that's how I feel the Barbados State Party feel about you all. Have to stay poor. Only a few can break through. It is my intention that more than a few break through. Because we have too many bright and talented, skillful young people and families in this community. Too many skilled and talented sports persons in this community. You remember the Deacons Football Club? You remember the Deacons Volleyball Club? Deacons is a household name in sports. Where is the MP developing sports people and giving young people opportunities in this community? He is lost. He is driving around in L4, learning 4 times squared. L4, learning. Still learning. We can get some big L's and put on. This is serious business. Serious business. He goes on. His achievements. His plans. He is going to further, let me get it right, further bring more educational programs. He said more educational programs. How many educational programs has that member of parliament brought to this constituency? During COVID, how many of you would have loved some little internet access and free Wi-Fi? How many of you would have liked a working tablet or device for your children? Where was your member of parliament? missing. You only get what central government provides to him. He doesn't seek after anything up and beyond what is given to him from central government. You cannot trust him. He took your rent money and put it in his pocket. All over the paper. There's not me. I read it in the news media. That is your taxpayers' money that's supposed to pay for an office and staff, etc., so that he can serve you. What did he do with the money? This is serious business. He then opened a constituency office that you have to pay $350 to get to. He wants to get as far as possible away from Deacons Farm. Because he said, I would like too much begging. I ain't got nothing. I am not Chris Sinclair. That is what he looks in your face and tells you. Constituents. A disrespectful young man. But says that he's humble. Ladies and gentlemen, it is serious business. He has insulted you because you have given him your confidence. And overwhelmingly so. Don't matter how you look at it, you have placed your confidence in him and given him a chance. Do not let him disappoint you again. Vote Ryan Walters and the Democratic Labour Party. I was ashamed for this constituency and for Neil Rowe when 2 days ago I was told that persons that got work are being forced to wear a red shirt and come to meetings. Listen to me carefully. Because the Barbados Labour Party government, Mayor, the big dictator, want 29 other little dictators. So they have given the power of the Member of Parliament to employ people in this country. So much so that the office of the Member of Parliament is telling people where to go every day to work. And then they have to go to him to get paid. You feel that's fair? You feel that's fair? It hurt me to know that you got to a man by balls. So much so that you force him to do something he don't want to do. Nobody don't want to come to your meeting, Nero. You cannot hold people to ransom. You give people work. Let them decide who they want to support, if they want to support anybody at all. Chris never did it. Clyde Masker never did it. Mark Williams never did it. Lawson Weeks never did it. So who are you? This is serious business. I am ashamed for Nero that somebody could come to him with a genuine concern. Yeah, he said nothing about fear, but a genuine concern. And he could tell the person because she got a picture of Arrow Barrow on the calendar of Ryan Walters in her home You can't put 2 X's in the ballot. This is the person that you feel that you know. You don't really know the beast. A man that said he would never be poor again. That is what you have as a member of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I said it before and I will say it again. I have not come to politics to get rich. I come to politics to represent the people. Whatever I have, I will share with you. Whatever the government gives me for you, I will give you all. You can count on that. I will not pocket the money. I will not pay rent. I will not bring out a big vehicle to drive out and look pretty, because I do not need it. This is serious business, ladies and gentlemen. Serious business. You see the fanfare when they rent a crowd to bring in the farm. Has Nero canvassed the farm? He knocked on your doors and asked for support? Huh? He cannot face you. So you gotta run behind me. Come here, let me hold the meeting in the farm. I can't do it without you. That is the reality. Cannot face you. And he knows full well that she doesn't want him. The first parliamentary secretary that was fired. My man met history. Cabinet reshuffle, he got fired. And when he got fired, you will see for over 3 or 4 months. Yes, see? Had to go and beg for a pay. But this is the problem. You have to earn. It's your taxpayers' money. You don't beg for anything. Every cent that the government gets is because of us. So you can't put 26 people, make 26 MPs, ministers, just to keep them quiet. That is your hard-earned money. You want to eat as well. You want to pay your bills as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that they don't want him. He was fired. And then I'm asking around for a new candidate. You know who they're asking to, or you know who they asked. They don't want him. He will never, ever get a ministry to run. He ain't giving the help to you. He has never been a help to you. Ladies and gentlemen, elect Ryan Walters on January 19th. But this Barbados Their Party government, again, does not have the people's interests at the forefront of their agenda. You heard about the taxes. I'm not going to repeat what was said today. The sewage tax, the garbage tax, the bus fares. You know it. Laker spoke about it. But you are in the middle of a pandemic. Middle of a pandemic. And you did not even seek to extend the national insurance unemployment benefit for the people. 6 months, run out, done, shoo. Suck salt, fend for yourself. But we're still in the middle of shutdown, lockdown, curfew. But they get paid every single month. Not a pay cut, not a haircut. This is the BLP politics. And when we should be trying to employ people and support employment, they are not doing. Promised 2,000 jobs to young people a year ago. Come back at 6 months ago, promise it again. Come back, call election. No plan. National insurance broke. You and me might not have a pension in 19 years' time because of the debt restructuring that they said they were going to do. Do not let these people fool you with all this high talk, all this GDP and all that. You want to know about your income or how you can pay your bills. Your dollar is already devalued. We all know, without you, this economy cannot survive. If you don't, me stand home. Stand home. Let me stand home Wednesday and vote. Let me stand home Wednesday to vote. But if we stay home, this economy can't survive. Not only will you get an income, but businesses cannot earn. And then government cannot earn. So if you are going to replenish a national insurance scheme, you can borrow money or you can employ people. And you got all sorts of advisors telling you what you should and what you shouldn't do. Best, Bert, Bob, all sorts of things. If you employ people, national insurance will get its due. About just over 23% of your wages go into the national insurance scheme between yourself and the employer. Money will come. Instead of playing the fool, employ the people, support employment, let the people earn an income, support businesses, replenish the NAS, and live. That is the economics I want you to be studying. Not a debt to GDP and all that. Left that for the central bank. Leave it for the central bank. You saw how Kemar Stuart chew up Moscow? Chew it up, man. Didn't know what to say. Simple questions. How much are you earning in revenue from the sewage and the garbage tax? Oh, the information is made public, blah, blah, blah. Can't answer it. Take 4 minutes to answer it. Approximately $80 million a month. So he says. You know how much money is coming from this community Deacons farm and by extension, St. Michael Northwest, from just those two taxes. Money extracted from your households. Millions of dollars. The government needs to provide jobs. The best program is what they came up with. And restricted it to hotel workers or the hotel sector. 2,000 jobs. And then we welcome the jobs. All jobs are important. But what happened with the rest? Small businesses account for 45,000 jobs in Barbados. But they got $250 each 11 months after. They made you all hustle and bustle to apply to get $250. When $300 million was on offer to about 25 businesses in this country. $300 million. Do the math. Take out your phone and do the math to see how much each of those businesses got. So don't tell us about jobs. It was to support those businesses who could already walk into the bank and get a loan and an overdraft. You turn around and extend the time that they have to pay a severance, so you ain't get your severance either. Unfair to working class people who have held up this economy. If when it don't me, stand home. Laker touched on it earlier. The tax relief. The tax relief was not for you because you got the tax burden. But in NSRL was removed. 1 billion of VAT owed to the government was removed, was written off. Corporation tax was reduced. So who get all the benefit? You. You. Not you. A certain set of people that always get the benefit under the Barbados Labour Party government. And let me show you the results of that. Because while I don't have to defend the last government, $1 billion is written off. $1 billion of VAT owed. Your money you paid in, owed to the government to do your business. Written off in 2018 when they came to office. But that VAT was due all in the decade that we had government. And we tried to hold strain. But if you don't have the money, what else you could do? $1 billion. 1 billion. Pick sense from that. Ladies and gentlemen, do not trust this Barbados Labour Party government. When last did we get a budget to see how taxpayers' dollars are being spent or how much income is coming in to the government? Your request has been ignored. No transparency at all with this government. Thank God we were able to unravel, to discover the scandal with the vaccine. Thank God the information come out. No account for your taxpayers' money, but they use COVID as an excuse to rape this economy. Democratic Labour Party put a program in place that you can own your home. Handbrake. You're supposed to own that in Barbados. Some people now coming into over 20 years and you still can't own anything in Barbados. The model for housing is rent to own. But you can't own anything in Barbados. This is serious business. Laugh at the jokes, but ponder on the truth. The Barbados Labour Party government felt that they were doing the Democratic Labour Party something by calling the election early. And we sweet. We out sweet. Beautiful campaign. Powerful manifesto. Ready to take this country forward. You saw tonight all of the young candidates speak before me. Freshness. Let us purge the Barbados Labour Party of that oldness on January 19th. Don't only purge the Democratic Labour Party, purge the Barbados Labour Party. It is their turn because they have lost their way. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot only criticize. I have a plan for this constituency. I have developed a framework that we can work within. But the individual initiatives will be fleshed out and developed with you. But my priority is to start discussions not only on you owning these houses again, but on you not paying a light bill in 5 or 7 years. How can we get renewable energy in the farm? In Ferniehearst, in Rosemont, in Golden Acre? We have to answer that. Because when the discussion comes about increasing light bills, you will be home doing all that. Relaxing. We cannot allow this development to happen all around our working class communities. The discussion will start on how it is possible, what it will cost, and how we can get it done. And that brings me to another point with this Barbados Labour Party government and how they use the working class people in this country again. They have a whole project where you are supposed to get affordable homes. And the homes are coming with solar panels connected to the grid. But homeowners will not get the benefit of the sun spotting down on those panels and selling back electricity power to the light and power company. How is that even fair that you are paying a mortgage, but what is on your roof does not belong to you until 25 years after, when somebody else has made all the money and revenue from it? These are the policies of the Barbados Labour Party government. Not for you, but for their friends. That is why they have to rent a crowd. Because you know it. You do not want to be associated with that. So since you know it, and I am convinced that you know it, vote them out. We will develop sportsmen and women, not just hold a football tournament, but I am going to tap into the skills, offer scholarships to those young emerging players. Not only opportunities in Barbados, but outside of Barbados. We are going to work with the utility companies to fix the infrastructure in this community. Poles need replacing, lights need replacing, mains need replacing. We are going to lobby for these things. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not have the time to elaborate much on all the things I want to do, but I have a plan. You see what I have done over the last couple of years, not being your member of parliament. Imagine how sweeter life will be when you elect me on January 19th. Deacons Farm, all those in the hearing of my voice, vote for Ryan Walters and the Democratic Labour Party on January 19th. Thank you.
Like somebody sing waters, sing waters, sing waters, waters. Say we winning with waters, winning. I say we winning with waters, winning. I say we winning with waters, winning. I say we winning with waters, winning. He is of the people, he is for the people. I said we are going, yo, come let me do this thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a lady that I have been working alongside for the last 2.5 years. A lady that has been able to galvanize what some considered as a dead party. a lady that has motivated a team, brought a plan, and today we are here in front of you to take the next government. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the next Prime Minister of Barbados, Miss Verla DePeiza.
Vote for Verla, vote for Verla, vote. We need a Prime Minister representing St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a true leader to help St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need clean water and not that tanker. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen.
Good night to the firm. Good night to New Road passing through. You could stay and listen. You might get converted. I am so pleased to be here tonight. I was running late, but I had to make it. My voice is all sorts of things, but I had to come. Because this is an election like no other. And I know that you here in the firm sense it in the way that we do. And that is why the numbers are out tonight. And it is why I am confident that on the 19th of January, you will do the necessary to ensure that on the 20th of January, Ryan Walters is joining me and others of his comrades as your next representatives in Barbados. They got a lot of long talk from me, but that is all right. If they weren't talking about me, it would mean that I was not doing something to disturb them. And it is my job to disturb them. Matter of fact, it is my job to unseat them. And we've started that process already. Because everywhere that I've been tonight, I have seen the crowds coming out. The Dems are coming home. The Dems are standing up for themselves. But more importantly, the Dems are standing up for their country. Because we have had an experience in the last 3.5 years that I hope my country will never have again. We have had a time in our history when for the first time since the 40s and the 50s, we have had significant divisions in our country and wedges driven between us. We have seen those who have get through, and the rest of us can't see a piece of the goods. Some reaping the sweets and some sucking salt. And that has never been the plan for Barbados. That has never been the direction of the Democratic Labour Party. That has never been our focus up until this point. That divide and rule is a foreign concept, but we've seen it creep into our country, and we have the early opportunity to root it out. And I know that you will do what is necessary on the 19th of January to rid the political landscape of Barbados of all of those who have left that stain, who have made you feel small in your own home. And we have lived this experience in the last 3.5 years. We had a nugget of it from before. when last this outgoing government was in office. They like to say in power. But we have seen individuals targeted in a significant way. Never have we ever met it like this. And then we spent some time having given them a majority like no other, a most solemn undertaking when the entire country reposes its confidence in you. We have had moments in our history that came close when we had oppositions with just 2 and 3. And what we heard and what we saw at that time was a determination to hold our democracy together. But what we have seen in the last 3.5 years is the exact opposite. A direct and frontal assault on our democracy has taken place before our very eyes. And I say that without fear of contradiction, because when somebody's best friend from school days can stand up and say, I cannot do this anymore, I have to put my country first, you know that you are dealing with uncertain and desperate times. When we can have individuals walking through and taking over the poster on every part of the island as though we are creating some sort of demigod in the country, and then telling me that because my poster not all about Barbados, that means that my people are not standing with me. It is because my people can stand on their own 2 feet. And that is not what leadership is, to have one person running the whole thing. How can you have confidence? You have watched it. A most lame duck cabinet. 26 people spinning top in mud when the day come, and not a one of them can all pick the teeth unless they get permission. And if they speak, then the double speak coming afterwards. You will not get that on this side. This is a team that worked together to pull this country up, to pull this party forward when it was in its worst moment ever. And in a short space of time, to be able to face you as a credible alternative government. They're talking about fighting for opposition. That's for them. That is where they belong. We are out here determined to return Barbados to Democratic Labour Party country. Because when the Democratic Labour Party is in, our people are assured that there will be provisions made for them, even in hard times. And it doesn't really matter if they choose to bring out spent and discredited political forces to say that they're giving opinions. You in the farm dealt with that already. You know for yourself what you have been living through. You know the fear that you have of voicing an alternate opinion. And you know how burdensome that has been in the last 3.5 years, where you feel that you cannot have a voice in this country, your own country. And you saw it every single time, those creeping incursions into our democracy. And with each one, pressing it down. First, a constitution amended to suit 2 people, to let them sit in Senate. And it would not be a cause for quarrel if they had come and given some sterling contribution to the development of the country. But we can't find a word written by one of them, never mind spoken, and the other one has presided over every single innovative failure that has been attempted in Barbados in the last 3.5 years. Can't get your driver's license, can't get your ID card, can't travel and drive. And then come in with some airy-fairy plan for up in 6 roads. And that was just one. We had laws changed to suit individuals. We had 2 deputy commissioners of police. And to this day, we cannot see what the impact of that was. Where is the crime reduction plan? What is it that was so desperately needed that a man that was about to walk out through the door on retirement had to be called up to higher office? That nobody can understand what his purpose was. No impact on our landscape. And we kept on going. For the first time in the history of Barbados, the Land Acquisition Act was used to take land from one person and give it to another for something other than public purpose. And all of this happened when you were asked to watch. And you, the people of Barbados, constantly pushed on the back burner, and all of this happening and hurting our democracy. And then we came to COVID, and it has struck the entire world. But I cannot pinpoint another country that used the pandemic as the opportunity to raise the profile of just one person, to make one person have the authority to make all of the laws relating to COVID. Not another country in the world has done it. Our democracy is under attack before our very eyes as we are asked to watch. And they weren't done yet. Because in the middle of their term, they pull up stumps and call for a fresh throne speech. And the high point of that throne speech was that Barbados was moving to a republic. And on the face of it, it sounded great. But then when you did the math and you realized that the document that they kept harping on was dated 1989, and that we have young voters who weren't even born in 1989, you recognize that there's an entire section of the voting public who have had no input whatsoever into our move to a republic. And I will tell you, because we spent some time consulting and we included in the consultation some who are not yet at voting age. And they cannot believe that their futures are being decided without a conversation with the nation. That is a phrase that they love to use. But what they really love to do is to talk at you. Matter of fact, if you're a nurse, bark at you and drag you across the coals. But we came to what ought to have been a momentous time in our history, when we should have been taking time to make sure that we were doing the will of the people. And instead, we have had it rammed down our throats. Deacons and Barbados, you may like chicken, but you want to chew it. You don't want to swallow it whole. And we were forced into a Republican status that we had no idea what it is about. I did my research and I could find 4 different kinds. There might be more. But all this is not a lesson in law. All I want to tell you is that Trinidad is a republic and North Korea is a republic too. And we have not been told to this day, because it is an absent feature in their manifesto. We have not been told to this day what type of republic the other side wants to make Barbados. But I want you to read the Democratic Labour Party manifesto, because we have told you what type of republic we envision this country to have. And it is one that has you at the center of its consideration. It is one that has you playing an active part more than placing an X every once in a while. Because we recognize that in the act of nation building, it is not a static point. And that you have been crying out for greater involvement, and that is your democratic right. And so we have watched all of these incursions into our democracy. We have watched at every turn as they run roughshod over the thoughts and the feelings of our people, and how business gets through and people can't see the light of day. And stimulus is given to business, $300 million. And you got a care package that you already paid for with your taxpayers' money. And that is the imbalance and the division and the divide that the Democratic Labour Party is determined to rectify with its One Barbados platform and its intention going forward to make sure that no person is left behind in the development of this country. Because we recognize that we cannot call on our people only when we need them. We have to be able to call on our people and to have them call on us when they need us. And so it is important that we understand where it is that we are going, and that when we stand up on the 19th of January in that line that we are forced to be in ahead of time, but nothing before its time, because it gives us the opportunity to stop the rot before the gangrene sets in. And all of these are the pertinent considerations that you need to have in the forefront of your mind as you step out of your door on the 19th of January. Because Barbados, this is a seminal moment in our history when we honestly, once again, like we had to when Bassa was standing up for our people, like we had to in the riots when they were giving their lives for our nation. We have reached another point in our history when what you do on the day will determine our destiny. And I call on you to go out in your numbers and signal to the outgoing administration that their days are done, and that we will never again allow anyone to divide us. This is our country. This is our democracy, and we are not sacrificing it on the altar of any one body. It is not to happen on our watch. And that is why I am pleased that the Democratic Labour Party spent its time. We were never in the wilderness because we continue to talk on your behalf. But we spent our time reshaping ourselves and modernizing our movement and finding space and time for credible young men like Ryan Walters, for credible young men like Curtis Cave next door, like credible young men like Cory Cox, like the young women who stand with me, Dawn Marie Armstrong, Renette DeMoe, and all of the other young people that the outgoing leaders stood on this spot just a few nights ago and denigrated because they like to tell you that they are here for the youth. But when the youth are standing up and having a word to speak for themselves, they want to shut them up. And that is why tonight I want to tell you that I don't care if they shut down a meeting for Rasheed Belgrave in Christchurch East Central. Democratic Labour Party family is going up there en masse tomorrow to let them know that we are not intimidated at all. Those days are done in Barbados. And I invite you all to come up there and show of force that that moment of time is over in Barbados. And we will never again surrender our democracy to any one body. This is a perilous time for our country. And the moment of change is upon us. 2 more days. And on the 19th, I know firm that I can count on you to do your part behind Ryan Walters, a critical and pivotal arm of the Democratic Labour Party. We need him in the House alongside the rest of us. And I know that I can count on you to stand up for him in the way that he has stood up for you, even though he is not yet your formal representative. And as you make that act, your brothers and sisters in Barbados will be alongside you. Because that X that you mark on the 19th is not just your own. That is your contribution to the future of this country. That is you speaking up for the rest of us who, because we contracted COVID, that their lax protocols allowed through our doors, are now disenfranchised and cannot go out to vote. The rest of us who remain healthy must stand up for them and let the outgoing administration understand that we will not accept any incursions into our democracy. Barbados, your moment of time has come. And on the 19th, as you in the farm and all around St. Michael Northwest step out to a brand and brighter future than you have ever had before behind Ryan Walters, I commend to you the Democratic Labour Party platform. Read the manifesto. Look at it online if reading is not your thing. We've broken it down because we want you to understand and make an informed decision on the day. This is your moment in time. This is when you get to let the other side know that enough is enough, and you will not be a second-class citizen in your own country, and you most assuredly will hold tight to your democracy. And I know full well that you understand your purpose on the day, and that come the 20th and beyond, the Democratic Labour Party will once again be the resounding voice on behalf of the people of Barbados, that their words will be heard, that their opinions will be taken on board, that your cries will be heard and your issues will be addressed. Our solemn promise to the people of Barbados is to only do your will. We are your servants, and going forward, we take this undertaking seriously. And because I know that you believe in us in the way that we believe in you, I know that on the 19th of January, you will do all that is necessary to ensure that Ryan Walters is your next representative, your next MP, and that he stands alongside his comrades and that we walk up the steps of Parliament, because we're going up those steps whether the place fixed or not. We're walking up the steps of Parliament together and demonstrating that no one body can run this show. It is a team effort, and it calls for the whole country to participate. Remember, your democracy needs you. Go out and vote. Keep yourself safe, and I'll see you on the other side, ready, willing, and able to represent you. I thank you.
Vote for Verla, vote for Verla, vote. We need a prime minister representing St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a true leader to help St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need clean water and not a tanker. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a gemstone, not a flintstone. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen.
What can I say but thank you? I read somewhere today that there was an issue of leadership. Tell them they lie. Leadership is not an issue in this country. We have Verla DePeiza to lead us into this next general election come the 19th of January. Let us just thank her for taking that trek all the way from St. Lucie. Thank her for her courage in standing up to lead this great party. And thank her in advance for a victory in this upcoming general election. Our final speaker for the night is Dr. Derek Alling, a man who would have spent all of his time in this community. Hometown boy, are hearing it? My former boss. A true DLP stalwart. And his doctorate tonight, for me, is a doctor of politics. So let me welcome the doctor of politics to you tonight. Give me a round of applause for Dr. Derek Alling.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me.
Thank you very much, Troy. As I went down to the crowd, I found a little something out here. All right, taking off that now. I found this thing down here. I want to know where it come from. Where does it come from? Huh? Where it says, and where it come from? I don't know. But whatever it's saying, I believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, life, they say, is short. And that life is ever changing. I stood on this spot last election and could not contemplate that Chris Sinclair would have lost his seat. Couldn't contemplate it, but he did. And there's no remorse from me. There's no tears. The people spoke. And the people of Barbados spoke in grand numbers that Mayor Amar Motley would have an uncontested government, no opposition, free hand to do as she liked. And she had told us a week before election, gimme and watch me. We gave her, and for the last 3.5 years, we have been watching her. And what has the evidence shown us? It has shown us a country deteriorating consistently on the values, the standards, and the ethics that made Barbados what it is. I'm not speaking about the economic environment. No. Economies fluctuate, impacted by the external factors and the local factors. But ethics, standards, and values are developed locally and maintained by those entrusted with the leadership of the local environments and communities. Most of all, the values of a community, society, and a country follow the precepts and concepts of the person leading the country. Whoever is the leader of a country, their behavior, their actions, their priority setting, those things people respond to, because we have over the years followed the dictates of whoever we have selected. And over the last 3.5 years, Barbadians have become people who no longer trust anybody. The levels of trust in Barbados have fallen significantly to the point that if I stand here and say something, I am not certain that you all will believe me. And that is because the person that has been leading us for the last 3.5 years has said something Tuesday, and by Wednesday she has said the opposite. And that pattern of behavior has engulfed all of our consciousness. We have been consciously manipulated to think that nothing really is true or real. And I started here because I want all of you to walk with me back to the 25th of December last year, when the Prime Minister of Barbados delivered her Christmas message. Many people would not have heard it because so many mistruths have been passed from the mouth of the Prime Minister that by December 2021, nobody was listening to her. I happened to have listened to that Christmas message, and around 10 o'clock, the broadcast came out. And Mia Amor Motley, and I'm told now by her people, we're not to call her Mia anymore because M stands for missing, I stands for in, and A stands for action. So I call her Ma'am. Forget the Mia. But on the 25th of December, around 10 o'clock, Molly delivered on to Barbados a statement of Christmas greetings. I'm going to paraphrase it because I have it on my phone, but it is 11 minutes and 27 seconds, and I cannot take up the time to play it for you tonight. But in paraphrasing what Molly said on the 25th day of December that Barbados had suffered many, many challenges and catastrophes. She spoke about crime. She spoke about the economic challenges. Molly spoke about the ashfall from the volcano. Molly spoke about the challenges from Hurricane Elsa. And then she said to throw weight on us, in came the pandemic. And Molly told us on Christmas morning that all Barbadians responded to the calls from government. That we all put our shoulders to the plow. That there was collaboration beyond imagination. And that despite all the challenges, we had worked together to lift Barbados past those challenges. The 25th of December, 2021. Molly went on to say that so responsive was Barbadians that she could see the rainbow and the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. She was looking forward to 2022 with optimism, with hope. And she said, I want to thank you, Barbados. I want to thank you for the sacrifices that you have made. She said, I tip my hat off to the frontline workers. I want to tell the nurses and the doctors, thank you. The teachers, thank you. That is the 25th of December 2021, around 10 o'clock. I am a student of Latin, and there's a word called Oedipal which says, lo and behold, or goodness gracious. Molly said, less than 48 hours later, that Barbados was so divided and that there was a silly season so engulfing the nation that she could not rule. She could not get the things necessary for Barbados to go forward unless she called an election. Less than 48 hours after Motley told us that we had made sacrifices, that we had worked hard, that we had collaborated to make Barbados ready to be a developed country in 2027. Go and Google it. Christmas message, December 25th, me and Motley. Go and Google it. Don't take my word. And less than 48 hours later, Barbadians were the worst thing since the devil. We were so bad, so divided, that she could not rule and she had to call an election. I say this because Sunday was Boxing Day, the celebration of Boxing Day was passed till Monday. And I went, oh, you all know me, I went down the bottom of the gap by Betty's shop to have a grog. And somebody said that the Prime Minister was having a broadcast of national significance. And we started to think what was possible. One body said the IMF causing we to devalue the dollar. A next person said that the new strain of virus, Omicron or Apricon or whatever it is. I get confused with these strains now because every minute there's a new one. And then somebody said maybe there's problems that we have not known about that the Prime Minister needs to tell us about. And I think it was Rafi who said the Prime Minister can call election. I said, not in this world. In October last year, the Prime Minister almost beat, no, take about that word. No, beat is a bad word. The Prime Minister almost, well, I was here, almost insulted a journalist who suggested that the social media was saying that an election was in the air and imminent. And the Prime Minister said it would be irresponsible and outright dangerous to call an election in the middle of a pandemic. That's October. It was repeated in November. And several activities of the government party were canceled, including the annual conference, because of the state of the pandemic in Barbados. So when the suggestion that there would be a general election was made, all of us decided impossible. But Molly, and I know people don't like you to call her name and make derogatory statements about her, but my mother, Sylvia Allen, told me, if you don't talk the truth, God is not going to forgive you. And I live by my mother's creed. That demon, that devil, 2 days after the new strain of COVID entered Barbados, called an election. And the next day, put the National COVID Unit on the television to tell us at the bottom we're going to have 500 cases a day. And at the top, we are likely to have 3,500 a day. What kind of criminal would do that? Are y'all not stopping to think? She could not have her annual conference. She canceled the Barbados Labour Party annual conference because of COVID. And then called a general election when a new virus strain comes in that has the potential of 3,500 a day. Y'all know the kind of person we're dealing with? Y'all understand what we're saying here? But the situation gets even worse. Molly says in her statement calling the election that I want Barbadians to go to the polls. I want them to come out and vote. And I want you to know, vote for a new government. And whoever emerges as the leader, I will support. Go and Google Molly called for elections 2021, 27th of December. Go and Google it, her words. Whoever emerges as the leader, I will support. Lo and behold, Edipal. Molly plasters for 70% of the telephone polls in Barbados. Vote for Mia Molly as Prime Minister. I want you to stop and think. Whoever emerges as leader, I will support. But she puts on every telephone post possible that Barbadians are to go to the polls and vote for her as Prime Minister when she is already Prime Minister with 30 zip. Avali left, so left her with 29 and a half. He was always be a B and he will always be a B. 29 and a half. 60 months, 5 years. The day of the election to the same time. And then the Prime Minister or the government has 3 months, depending on the circumstance, to call an election. And in an environment of COVID, you can ask for an extension. So if you do your arithmetic, Molly has an additional 21 or 22 months to enact any policy, to make any adjustments to the economy, to anything. So why was she calling an election in the middle of a new spiral of infections when she said in October it would have been madness and irresponsible? What could have happened? And people talking about saying, "Ah, my Mia. Nah, me Mia. Yeah, my Mia." Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you my interpretation of what happened. Because every institution has friends in other institutions. And people talk, and when people vex, they want somebody to vent with. So my interpretation of the conversations between some of them and me is that 16 plus 1 approached her and said, "You have put the straw on the camel back, and we are about to break that back. We no longer can tolerate your behavior." I begged them to come and refute it. This is the 5th time he's saying so. And nobody opened them out. Nobody threatened to put me in court. Nobody say he telling lies. Nobody say a word. Not a word in condemnation of what I'm saying. 16 plus 1. And Mayor Motley pull up the stumps, break the bat, and pelt away the ball and call election. She done play. And left many of them scrambling to the point that you hear some of them in their constituency saying, "You know, we had 5 years and we ain't had enough time. You think, don't forget, the Prime Minister called the election and we were not able to do some of the things that we were supposed to do. So God give you another chance." With this bingo? Well, I know this is bingo. Y'all know the man that used to do the bingo, used to, I asked me what his name, used to be there by the Pebbles. Used to sell ham cutters and things. Huh? Who? Cuz he never said bingo yet. He said, "Did I hear bingo? Is this bingo?" People then walking about in their constituency telling people now that you know it was supposed to be a 5-year term and the Prime Minister cut it short. So the things I wanted to do, I couldn't get done. The Democratic Labour Party did not call the election. The Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Motley, called the elections. And members of her government had not a single clue. Because some of them went to force her hand and she mashed up the stumps and pelt away the game. So what are we supposed to do now? Don't come and tell me that, man, it's unfair and the people shouldn't go and challenge her. She the train, she best. Those are what the apologists for Motley those are saying. That's what they are saying. That she all right, but okay. Let me give you all one, because I got to shut down because they see the police going back and coming forward. And I don't know if people on the line, and you know, any excuse, Mr. Allen, little black boy, may get moved from here. So let me come home quickly with giving you an example of the extent to which Motley does not care. There is a school going up Spooner's Hill called Lawrence T. Gare. Lawrence T. Gare really is serviced by about 35% of children in St. Michael, West Central, and between 25 and 30% of children from Bush Hall. The others can come from a little lower down or a little further up. But the two of those constituencies contribute almost 60% of the student intake. 3 years ago, an environmental problem forced the school to close. After many investigations, no answer was found. The children were asked to go into Whitehall, but the Whitehall, I think, is the Methodist. No, not the Methodist. They went near the Anglican Church, where's the Christ the King. Some went across to the Moravian Church. Few went, yes, to Eden Lodge, there by the other church there on the Eden Lodge pastor. 7 Days Church. And for about 7 or 8 weeks, the children were going to school there. Then came COVID. And those children then went home. And then they went back to school for 3 weeks, and then COVID, and they went back home. At no time, not one single day, not one instance did either Mayor Motley or Gooden Edgell assemble the PTA to have a discussion about how we can help that school. I can't ring it up. You understand what I say? That's a prime minister. You know a prime minister? With her children going to school in a school that closed down. And let me tell you the difficulties of online schooling. There are houses in Barbados that are wired for electricity, but the bills have not been paid. There are houses in Barbados that have no connection for internet or Wi-Fi. There are houses in Barbados where the children have no access to computers or tablets. And for 2 years, this government has forced children to stay home and do absolutely nothing with their schooling. And even when children have had access to Wi-Fi and tablets, the attention span of an 8-year-old to a 12-year-old is approximately 40 seconds and 90 seconds at the top end. I'm told that time is gone. Lord, have me my mercy. I would. So, in 1960s and 70s, St. Leonard's School used to do 3 different sizes of classes to ensure we break up the size of the class and allow teachers overtime or bring on extra teachers to make sure that the contact between the children is not real. But you got children at home not going to school, suffering, and Motley walking about saying that she cares. I have to go. May God give you all the strength to think deeply about what you're going to do. Because there's a move by this current government to take Christ and God out of Barbados. Beg God for your guidance, and I know you will do the right thing. God bless you all, and thank you for listening.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP.
Thank you, people of Northwest and the surrounding areas. Thank you to those who would have journeyed far Thank you to all of the candidates and Dr. Allen who would have presented. We know what we need to do on the 19th. Go out and vote in your numbers for the Democratic Labour Party. Go out and vote for Ryan Walters, your next representative. God bless you and good night.
DLP, we vote in DLP. Two Barbados is where the business live, so something got to give. DLP, we vote in DLP. DLP, we vote in DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. The